This organization is the partnership between the members and how the members help each other start and grow their businesses. And our organization is very supportive with our Ashfield businesses, with funding them as well as providing assistance. And I think, you know, we don't have to have separate business associations in every town. What's unique and special about this organization is that we have the whole West County region that's being supported by a group of people and its membership to help grow the region and support each other. And I think you should talk to some about some of the cool activities that have really impacted this region. Because I think that there's, I think actually benefits tremendously.
So it's the individual businesses that join the organization?
That's correct. Or an individual person.
Right. So what happens is, you know, a business comes to Mary and says, I'm thinking, or somebody comes to Mary and says, I'm thinking of moving into Ashfield, what's available? You know, if they're a business owner, Mary's able to say, well, this is a business association to be aware of, or if they come to you for whatever they come to you for.
And so some of the things we're asking or sharing with each of the towns. Last night I was in the town of Heath, which I didn't know they had a business association, and I've lived there for 23 years. That was a surprise to me when I used to own a business, but everybody's doing great work. It's all about supporting each other and letting everyone know the resources that are available to them. But what we are asking each of the towns, if they could, add a link about the Greater Shelburne Falls Area Business Association, so that if you do have a potential business or an existing business that needs a resource, they can just click a button, get the information that would hopefully be helpful to the business, if not connecting directly to us, or to someone like the CBC or the Chamber of Commerce. I actually even sit on the board for the Franklin County Chamber of Commerce, because again, it's all about relationships and knowing the resources available that we can provide. And that's what we're here to do. One of the documents that you have, I just want to highlight, this is, it's really a tourism-based document, but it's something we produce every year, and Ashfield is represented on this. Some of the businesses are on here. We print 25,000 of these a year that tourists pick up. And on the back side, you'll see we're trying to highlight more of the region. And this has really been a great asset to some of the businesses here in Ashfield. We're very proud to be on it, and you know, and we're happy to say that we're able to distribute that just between May and October of every year. So that's helping the businesses in a small way each year.
You know, and what's, I think an important point too is the businesses that are in our small town, all these 10 towns, really make why we live here, why we love living here. And if we didn't have these small businesses in Shelburne Falls and Ashfield, it would look a lot different. So it's so important for us to work together and collaborate to help support these businesses, because that's why people move here, that's why we live here, and that's why we love being here.
Businesses start in all kinds of places.
They sure do. And, you know, it's all about high speed too. It's all about, you know, having the facilities and the infrastructure to help support them. But having, you know, a resource like a business association where they can go to for support and membership and collaboration and networking is huge.
So is there any action that you'd be asking for us, or is this pretty much informational? So
two things. So just pull over here. Please know that we represent you, and if there's a way that you would be able to provide a link. You have a wonderful business section on your website, and I didn't even know about some of the businesses that you have listed there, so obviously I need to reach out to them. But I think it would be great if we could ask to provide a small write-up about who we are, what we do, with a link. That would be my one request. And stop into my office someday next time you're in Shelburne Falls. Our office is upstairs from the Village Information Center.
Oh, okay.
And we're open year-round. We'd love to say hello.
So there's 3 businesses right now on the map
On the map, yes.
that are in Ashfield.
That's correct.
Makes a lot of sense. Route 2 is covered really well.
It is. And so that's one other thing that we're working on, and actually we're working on it with the CDC. For those of you who don't know, this coming year, or actually this year in October, is the 100th anniversary of the Mohawk Trail. And so Amy and I actually wrote a grant to the state that proposes a celebration that goes all the way from Orange Ethel all the way to the New York border, supporting all of the local businesses, trying to boost sales and get more visitors here to the region. And that can only help our small businesses.
Any questions, Paula?
No, this is great information.
It is.
I guess, Amy, you probably want the same to the CDC, right?
That'd be great. Sure, we love a link to the CDC.
And their link is on our site too.
Yeah. I mean, I think the goal is that if we have a business in town that is starting, growing, struggling, needs to, the CDC is, the Hilltown CDC as well as the Franklin County CDC both represent Ashfield. So Ashfield's unique in that sense because we, and you should just know, we just want you to know that resources are available.
So you provide us with a little verbiage, right?
Yeah.
And then you're looking for us to provide you with a link to your home sites.
Correct. And we, just so you know, we have so we have two different websites that we manage. We manage shelburfalls.com, which is our tourist website. And I know some people say, well, wait a minute, that's about Shelburne Falls, but if you really look at the website, it's about the region. And if you do go to that site, please know that we just received a $10,000 grant from Mass Cultural Council to redo that site. So on May 1st, the new site will be live. And then there's an organizational website, which is our acronym gsfaba.org, which is really based about the business association and the resources we have available. So those two sites I will ask, and I'll put a very small write about both of those sites.
So, the Shelburne Falls area business is a great.
Great.
Yeah. So I imagine the board of directors must have an annual meeting, everyone belongs, and they.
We do.
So,
Yeah, and we try to actually move that around West County. There's only so many places that hold approximately 80 to 90 members that usually attend. We have a breakfast in May and another breakfast in October, which is the annual meeting. So it's well attended.
Well attended by a wide representation from Franklin County with a strong focus on West County. And we do have Ashfield folks who are members who attend, and we are trying to get more, have all of the activities travel around the 10 towns.
Do we need a motion for this, or?
I would entertain one.
Okay. I guess I'll try to make one.
We need to pass this to IT because the web committee became part of them and they have a structure for under which heading this would belong to and all of that. So after we get it, we need to pass it to them to collaborate with the webmaster where to put it.
Right. Still can be, we
Right.
can still have a motion, so it doesn't have to come back to us again.
No,
You were a former liaison to the technical committee or to the website,
I
right?
was on the website committee before I was on the board.
So then would you entertain a motion that had them report to you and then you took care of it with the...
I'll be glad to do that.
Okay.
Forward it up to them.
And just recently, the website committee has been getting us more involved in putting those kinds of things, links and so forth, onto the website. For the special town meeting, for the Safe Serve course, for the planning board meeting. So they're asking that we do that, and if we run into any problem, then we ask Charlie to take a look at it.
This is to do with those big key headings at the top
Mhm.
where you drill in.
Yep.
If you've been doing some of them,
Yep.
that's fine. I just like running it by them because they have a plan for how that should function and where certain things went. So we could pass it to them and ask them if they agree where it should go, and then if you want to do the work, that's fine.
That's great. We have enough other things to do, so Mary can shoot off to the IT. From this discussion, I would say Mary would be able to shoot an email off to IT and see if they have any concerns with it, but I think it would be great. It'd be a great use of our website.
Okay, so I will make a motion that the Franklin County CDC and the Greater Shelburne Falls Area Business Association connect with Mary, provide her with a very brief paragraph on your functionality, and that Mary work with the IT committee to provide a link to your organizations.
And then just add the third link you wanted was,
So there's the shelburnefalls.com, which is the tourist site, and the geosurvey.org.
Okay.
so,
Great,
just
so
add the
accepted.
third one as well.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thanks.
Thanks for your time.
This is what we call easy in, easy out
That's good.
tonight.
I appreciate that too.
Well, it's
Thank
all
you.
good, it's all for the same, for the same mission.
All right.
Thanks, Amy.
Okay. That's the first witness. Christopher Gray is here to talk about Hilltown Network's proposal and site use. Chris, did I just have it? So we have you seen what came back from town council?
I have Mary review with me.
Do you have a copy of it? You probably reviewed it, what was emailed, all that?
Yes, I have.
I reviewed it, but I tell you that I went over it in detail, but it's really not that lengthy. Why don't we start on any issues that we have on our end?
Can I start with something that's in the contract?
Sure. You start,
Okay.
whatever we have for issues.
Not to rain on the parade, but I've been giving this a lot of thought, and I'm having strong reservations. The lady that came before us about the building itself and the structure at the top of the building and the architecture is one. Secondly, I don't believe you're setting this up as a...
You're referring to Jody over here.
Joey over there, thank you. I'm looking here at your name.
It's all right.
I don't believe you're setting this up as a not-for-profit. I believe this is a for-profit
That's
that
correct.
you're setting up. There are other people, other companies we should entertain if we're going to have a for-profit, set up wireless, use town hall. We should be looking at those because some of them might be willing to pay us money to do the same thing. And thirdly, I would prefer, you took to heart what you said about the building. Don't like doing that to the building, so I would be wanting to redirect Chris to the church, and there are bundles of fiber optic that have been brought in that are in the street somewhere that could be routed into the church, and if they wanted you there, I think that's perhaps a better option.
So you would rather, I was writing down, you've got architectural concerns that
Yes,
Jody brought to us
yes.
2 weeks ago, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. Maybe 3 at this point. You have a concern about profit versus like a non-profit deal. Is that-
Yes.
So, and
Using town.
And what was the third?
Well, if we were going to pursue having someone come in for profit, then, so it's actually 4 parts, then we should entertain some other people bidding for what they can do and would they pay us money if we're really going to do something and allow that to the structure. And I was looking for an option for Chris, and I remember the church offered, as they were here that evening, that he could, and I know there's other bundles of fiber optic that could be brought into the church, and then everything could function from there the same as from here, more or less. I realize there's differences, but then we could still not have to rush into who's going to put it here in this building, and what kind of money would they pay us to have that service in this building. So I did a little homework checking that.
Well, that ties back to a certain extent to the first time we discussed it, and I was wondering what the procurement type deal would be, as far as swapping one for another and being able to do that. Certainly that bidding, what you're talking about, is to find a value and agree on that, and what, according to the state, would be the right way to do that. Kind of my initial concern. Ron?
I share some of Paulette's concerns, but not all of them. We've received a couple letters to this topic, so I'm just going to mention them at this point in the minutes. We received Jody's, which I read. Susan Todd also sent one of support, and Anna Fessenden sent something relative to not-for-profits. I don't feel quite the same way about going out to bid. If we can legally do it with one of our own, Chris is a fine, outstanding gentleman. If we can legally provide for an Ashfield resident to provide a service to this town that is a valuable service, if we could do it legally, I'm okay with that. My concerns are a little different. What I was thinking, Chris, first of all, on this contract, since we've just received it, I think we ought to hold off on any big decisions this week, and it ought to sit in the public eye for a week or two, because we just received it, and town folks might want to look at the same contract. So I'd be hesitant to do anything formal tonight. But Chris, when the industry of cell towers puts up a cell tower, they fly balloons. How hard would that, when the industry of cell towers put up a tower or are planning a tower, they send up balloons, so you get a sense of where it is in the sky.
Yeah.
How difficult would it be for you to take a mock-up of your antenna, cardboard, whatever that's out there, and make a couple little antennas and put them on a couple columns up there? I mean, there's this question of shadow and what's it going to look like, and I'm affected by that. I mean, you drive to Greenfield, you look on top of some mountains, and you see antennas just covering the top of the mountain. The eye can sometimes say that's garbage today and get used to it tomorrow. And when I read some of the stuff that Jody has put forth, I have a keen interest in that steeple. But if it's a temporary use and we don't know why Wester's coming around the corner, and that high-speed internet is as important as our roadways. I think we're really struggling with communication in this town, and I think it's an important issue. So I appreciate what you have to offer, but I'm still concerned. So I'm kind of in between on that whole thing.
Okay. I'd like to try to address some of the things so far. So first, Paulette, yes, it is a for-profit business. Legally, it is not required to go to bidding, but it is allowed to go to bidding. And it is particularly common for towns with municipal structures and public structures to lease space for antennas. And the closest example to here is probably the water tower. I think that's probably, but normally water towers are municipally owned and lease space for antennas. They may or may not go to bidding. It's their choosing, as it is your choosing.
Chris, you need to speak a little louder. Get this thing.
Okay. So, but there has been already a company that did come to town and entertained the possibility and did back down, and they're one of the larger companies in New England doing this. It is my understanding that they backed down because it was not a hugely profitable or largely enough profitable operation for them, in combination with the challenges associated with working with small town players. So, if it's in the best interest of the town I think it's important to do. If the town would prefer that I pay cash instead of exchanging services, I can do that. And I'm also willing to sell my services to the town. The cash value is approximately $100 a month this time, which is not an uncommon amount from what I have found, which is why I'm offering it. But I'm willing to entertain other things. It's really low population density and really low return relative to the investment. As far as the churches go, there is fiber, but it's the order of magnitude is about $10,000 to bring the fiber off the pole into the church. And that's cost prohibitive and just simply. And I did some preliminary, again, since I haven't been able to do any testing from here for noise floor, although I've been working on modeling, I cannot validate it at this time. But I can say the comparison between this location and St. John's Church. St. John's Church has significantly reduced coverage relative to Carlisle. So relative to one another, that's less, but I can't say exactly what it is because I don't have comparable information at this time.
Is that all four things?
I think you hit pretty broad strokes, but you hit most of it, Chris.
And Ron, you mentioned temporary nature. I don't think this should be looked at as a temporary solution. It is the best cost solution at this time without any sort of significant government incentive. So in the event that the government provides some significant incentive for a better option than wireless, that's fantastic, and then we get to reap the benefits of that. But until that incentive comes through, it's highly unlikely that people could get the type of service that I will be able to provide through any other means. So I think it's important to look at this as a long-term possibility. When I've explained that I'm looking at it temporarily, I'm looking at it from a business plan as a likely temporary solution with the expectation that Wired West comes through. That way, I know that I can survive as a small business in a short period of time. But in the also real possibility that Wired West efforts or other efforts don't come through, or the money that comes through is not enough to do a significant enough change, a wireless solution would still be really useful to the company. As far as putting up mock-up antennas, that is not especially challenging to do. It would require, I expect, a meeting with the building committee at least to make sure that they were mounted in an appropriate way. I don't know the next time we're meeting, so there would be some additional time associated with that. And further, since I haven't been given explicit permission to do the testing yet, the mock-ups at this point still may not represent what I would, or what would be ideal to put there. And they may represent something smaller or larger or whatever. And
If we did go ahead with mock-ups, Chris, could you put what would be expected to be the largest, the worst-case scenario?
I could. And that's also, it's a reasonable amount of time commitment and work commitment to put up a 4-foot-tall block of wood strapped safely and appropriately to the large columns without damaging them. But it is doable. And it's possible, I think, that it could be perhaps a staged effort, where if we come to some sort of agreement, I wouldn't be allowed to put an antenna up without having a mock-up work first. But then mock-ups can be put up with small units, and if that's deemed appropriate, small units can be installed, and then if larger units are entertained, then they could be put up as a mock-up, rather than having to do it all at once. That's what I would like.
Let me give you my, maybe I didn't state it right, but my concern. Let's say that a big company comes in, Wired West. Well, it could be anyone, right? They come in, they run fiber to everybody's house.
Yep.
And the system that you have installed in 3 years is $10 a month cheaper, okay? And would you be willing to put in your termination agreement that if a bigger company comes in to light up the entire town with fiber, that you'd be willing to terminate the contract at that point? What I'm concerned about is if you put a mock-up up there, and I look at it and I say, it's only for 2 years, it's only for 4 years, it's only until we're connected, assuming the town wants to get connected. I might feel differently about it if I know that when we're connected, it's coming down. You understand what I'm trying to say? Whereas if the antennas get smaller and smaller, and someone's saying, listen, we'll buy Yagpers, and we'll still make some pretty good money at this, and it's going to be $20 a month cheaper for video and all the different things that are offered. I'm just saying that the termination would end when they light up everybody's house, or they come in with a plan to light up everybody's house.
I would not be interested in that.
You would what?
I would not be interested in that.
Oh, you would not?
As long as I can provide better service to the people deserve the better service. I think. If a fiber system comes through and they're cost competitive, my customers will transition over as I would expect they should, and then I would close down as appropriate. But I think it'll be beneficial to the town to have some degree of competition to help drive costs, and I don't know. That's my feeling.
Okay.
And as far as antennas getting smaller, the antennas are, as the technology changes, the antennas are not getting smaller. Their size is determined by physics alone. So it is unlikely that they would change. The only way they would change is if the FCC changed their rulings on the amount of power you could output. So you could put a smaller, lower gain antenna, would pump a lot more power. But they have, I expect it's unlikely that they would change any of their rules about those bands.
Well, here's where I am. I think everybody brings really valuable points to this discussion. I was a little surprised, relieved but surprised that we sent you off to the Town Hall Building Committee and the Historical Commission, and it was pretty much unanimous. These are people that we appointed to these positions to really be active and be concerned about what's going on, and they pretty much unanimously came back in support, which was great. It was good to have their input, and I give that a lot of weight. At the same time, I knew that there would be people concerned about it, and I have a certain amount of concern about it. But we just got done talking about business in town and growing business and how important communication is to businesses in town. And I also know, just from being here, that in Ashfield, if somebody needs to run a new power line or a telephone line somewhere and a bunch of poles go in, that there's quite a lot of consternation about that also. That we don't want it to change any more than it has to. We don't want a lot of wires and cables and telephone poles and everything else, and yet here we have this conflict using the steeple so we can improve communication and not run so many wires and poles. So it's a little bit of a confusing gray area, but to be honest, I expected it. I mean, I would love to go back and see what the discussion was when they decided to pull all the hitching posts out. Okay? That was probably a really big change in town. And I know, even though I'm not the most technically savvy of the group, I know that communication is very important. But I guess where I stub my toe on moving forward with this right now is that you went to the building committee and you got approval, which was fine. And then it wasn't only about 2 weeks after that, it comes back that they're saying, well, the steeple needs a lot of work and maybe we need $85,000 as quick as we can to do repairs to the steeple. And I wonder if repairs to the steeple come before adding anything else up there. Your antennas would not be the first thing that have been added to that steeple. We had this discussion when you were in before.
That's a municipal.
The siren and so on and so forth. And there's a couple of small antennas up there now that are used for the fire department and the police department. So it's not the first addition up there. But before we put anything more up there, if Stuart's coming to us and saying that needs some work and we need $85,000 to do it sooner than later, I'm just at the point where that's where I stub my toe.
So,
Just before we put anything more up there, maybe we ought to get the repairs done so it's structurally.
Ron had specifically asked that I talk to Stuart about potential repairs on the steeples. Before that, and in conversation with Stuart, he suggested there would be no major problem with putting the antennas up, although depending on where they went, they might need to be moved to another part of the steeple for a temporary, for a period of time while another part was repaired. I don't know exactly how far along he was in the inspection and the discussion about exactly what needed to be done. But I had spoken with him about the fact that repairs were necessary and would it be possible to do these things before those repairs are done. And he seemed to think that it was okay. And I can approach him again,
Well,
or the committee.
and the board needs to approach the building committee and Stuart, because, $5, $7, maybe even $10,000 is repairs, $85,000 that needs to be bid out to an outside contractor. That's major repairs. I mean, that sounds I know that money doesn't go quite as far as I would like it to, but that sounds like major repairs for the town of Ashfield. So that's kind of where I am. How many people here are interested in this?
You talking about Sue?
Yes.
Interested in what specifically?
You don't count. You haven't been here long enough. No, that's fine. Ricky, you had your hand up. Did you have
Yeah,
something?
I was just going to ask Ron a question, because Ron, you mentioned that you just got this stuff tonight or recently.
I'm sorry?
You said that you just gotten these papers now.
The
And that
contract,
you
right?
wanted to wait until the town could weigh in on this, but I just wanted to ask for some clarification on how would you do that and what part of the town weighing in were you looking for?
Well, what my thought was, just quickly, was it's just become public information when we received it, right? Which was
Right.
2 or 3 days ago. So theoretically, under the public record laws, anyone could request a copy of the contract to look at it and to review it, go into the back room. So we just
But
received it.
something as important as this seems, it just seems that if the town should be made aware of it, how would people know that it's even here?
Because it's part of the agenda, it's part of the document list, it's part of, how is any issue really that comes before the town made clear? All these other committees had discussions relative to this. It's not been something under the table at all. So, but we still have to do business. So I wasn't sure where we were coming with this contract, and I want to just pause a certain amount of time so that the public eye can get on it if it wants to.
The more this discussion goes on, the more I think all of us maybe aren't clear on where it's going. Anybody else? Did anybody else want to comment?
May I just make one comment beyond my 4 pages of comments? I have done so much research on the steeple and that whole part of the building the last 10 months. I think, with all due respect, there's a clarification that is important to make, is that the tower is one part of the structure and the steeple is set on the tower. So right now, what we have on top of the tower is a lot of equipment. And and I know that on the back of the steeple right now, there's a municipal police antenna. So in my mind, the way I see it, that there is a precedent for an addition onto the steeple, which is a municipal service, the police antenna, and it's on the back. It's not on the front, and the bigger pieces are on the top of the tower. So this is, and it's really in the letter that I wrote you today. I've tried to put into words the historic and architectural value of the steeple, all of those architectural elements and how they work together and why the architect did what he did. When I hear talk of the addition of units which are not designed within the canon of the architecture of the steeple itself, that's when I get concerned. I know I accept and acknowledge the police antenna on the back. So that I just wanted to, at least from my point of view, the press, to talk about the siren and those other bigger units. To me, that's the tower roof.
Well, I
Yeah.
certainly appreciate your 4 pages of explanation, and I mean, it's very detailed and it's great. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Arnold? You're one of the guys that put a lot of work and craftsmanship up there. I mean, what are your feelings on what's proposed?
Well, I obviously have my concerns for the architecture. And with all due respect to Chris and the decision you have to make, I understand the need for connectivity. I mean, I can certainly acknowledge that. Yes, a lot of people worked hard, put their hearts and souls into restoring that, and yes, it needs some work. I guess I have a question aside from the architecture. No, I don't guess, I do have a question, and again, with all due respect for Chris and the decision you have to make, is the town setting a precedent by allowing a private business to use the building for potentially profit? And that's just a question.
Oh, I think that's a question that answers itself. If we did it, it would be a precedent.
Right. So,
I mean, I hate to boil it down to that raw fact, but that's the fact now. Saying that would be good or bad, only history would be able to tell when we got done.
right.
I think that in my mind, what we really need to know is how large the need is in the community.
Mm-hmm.
If the need in the community outweighs some temporary and hopefully very minor change to the architecture from the outside. I mean, it's not, there's nothing that we've talked about that I would think would structurally change it except from the exterior.
Right.
And that's the thing that needs to be weighed, is the addition of what seems in the pictures, and although the pictures don't show the shadows, we had this whole discussion before, not to revisit all that, but the best Chris could do to give us a depiction of what it was going to look like, it looked quite minor to me. But, and you know, there's those of us that are extremely sanitary, and some of us that can get along being maybe not quite so sanitary. And we have to find a balance there as far as what the actual need is in the town, in the community.
Totally understand that, yes.
So that, I appreciate you understanding that, because that is the position I see ourselves in.
Right.
If I might, when I first started looking into this, I approached it with great caution because I couldn't picture using a public structure as a for-profit entity. But as I looked into it further and learned more, I found that municipalities own things all the time and use public property, public structures, municipal property, municipal structures used interchangeably in this case. And lease space or purchase services or a whole host of things that are associated with for-profit, where the town is also receiving some revenue as a result, which is what would happen here. It would be on the order of $1,200 a year effective revenue for the town, which is in keeping with the majority of installations that would be similar, either on a residence property or a personal property or business property or even municipal entity.
I haven't asked this question directly. It's about time, I would say. In town hall, town offices and so forth, it's going to have some value. I mean, have we been able to, you know, as far as, it's not like in town office we're going to have less communication, you know, have less computers, have less of all of that. I mean, so the services outside, but part of your agreement was to also supply the town of Ashfield.
That's the payment, is supplying the internet to the town. And the payment can be in a different form if that's preferred. That is the normal payment.
I'm not so concerned with the payment, I'm
Okay.
concerned with the value. Okay, what's it going to do for us as far as 5 years or 2 years down the road when the technology we're using to gather and spread and share all this data? I mean, what do we see technologically?
At this point, it would improve the internet access, upload and download to the town relative to or to the town hall relative to what they have currently. The town hall and the fire department.
What occurs to me, I would like to know.
You're asking that question, I was thinking that you're more the expert.
Not
Yeah,
that expert, but I'm
certainly.
learning. It occurs to me that we need to know from IT, if Chris did not do his project, suppose you just said, okay, I'm going to go do something else. What is IT's plan with that fiber in this building to do exactly what he's talking, to deliver the internet, the voice over the fiber, et cetera, They must have some plan in mind. And it would be good to know what that is and what that cost is. Of the phone, I'm not thinking as much about, but how was IT planning on maximizing the use of the fiber that came into this building to deliver the internet, to deliver the services we want to do, et cetera, using that? And we don't know that answer. And we don't know that, if there was a cost, what it was. Because that might be interesting to know in comparison to what he's proposing.
And we haven't had anybody from IT come in.
No.
I mean, you met with them.
Yeah.
and brought their report to us. Was there any of that discussion in the,
Brian did it.
Brian did?
Katie didn't think so.
He's in another meeting, right?
But I also
Video
provide
recorders on our,
internet service to CAIs over the fiber, and my charge for the service that I will be providing is $100 a month, and that's the lowest charge that I've found thus far. And I think you'll find that the technology committee would be able to provide you. I think they met with 2, possibly 3 companies that were all order of magnitude the same, but more expensive than what I can offer.
any,
Because David Cope, I think, chairs that committee too.
any other comments?
May I ask a question? It's relevant to the letter that I wrote and the discussion we're having.
Could you speak up?
I would like to raise a question relevant to the letter I wrote and to the discussion we're having. And what happened after the last meeting is, at the last meeting I brought forward some information about the history and the architectural significance of the steeple. And then after that meeting, I went and did a lot more research, and I uncovered even more significance to the architectural and historical significance of the steeple. The Historical Commission, when they met, did not have any of this information. I have spoken with Steve Guggen. He's very interested in considering it, but he told me that unless if the select board, ask them to visit this question as the town committee that is, who's charged with making comments on this building, if you ask them to meet again and consider this new information that I'm providing, they would be happy to do that. I know I'm late to the discussion. I didn't hear about it until January because Chris got in touch with me to ask about the aesthetics. That's when I heard it.
I wouldn't say you're late, I think you're just right on Walmart's schedule, just right on time, inventory just in time.
I wish they'd pay me more.
Speaking about the history and the aesthetics, and not necessarily the history specific to this steeple, but were steeples designed only for the aesthetics, or were they designed to actually have some useful purpose beyond that?
That is a question, it's a great question, and I don't know the answer. I could speculate and second guess, but I haven't done the history into that aspect, and it's a great question.
It seems to me that they had a use, and it was just kind of nice to, just like Greek Revival architecture, you could have a post on the corner, or you could have it a little more square and ornate, and, have some designs, and, that was the aesthetics.
Well, I do know that in the period of the federal period, very wealthy merchants, and it's amazing to me that Ashfield at that time put in the money. We know there are issues about money when it was built, but they contracted to have this extraordinary, elegant structure put up in this very smallest, bigger town that it is now. I know that, but it's just an amazing building, and the steeple is the crown of the jewel. It is the jewel on the top of this building. Everybody knows that. I know you know that.
That's the critical question I have as this discussion goes on, is that, it's beautiful, and I agree with you 100%. Everybody sees a picture, you know, if they just put a picture of that steeple in the Greenfield Recorder tomorrow, everyone would know where it came from. But at the same point, it was, my feeling is that it was put up there for some useful purposes also, so I'm not going one way or the other, I'm just saying that this is, it's one of those occasions where my feet are planted firmly in midair, and at some point we'll have to make a decision, somebody will.
Tom,
Yes.
it occurs to me, if the desire is to have the service that you want to provide, and at the same time, not incorporated in the steeple, it seems the only thing, or one thing, that's an issue, and I realize height is an issue. If we said, okay, let's move it to the church, you cited a dollar figure that makes it difficult to have that service. Is there a way to partner, get a grant, do something for that piece of fiber to get into the church, who is, they expressed eagerly to have you, and that would perhaps be a way to resolve this. Now, I don't know if there's grants to be had, if it would take too long, but is there some other way? And then the service could still be out there for the town, wherever it would reach, and we would be in the state.
Seems like that would be something the private business would have to apply for. I mean, the town certainly would apply for a grant to put it into another building for a private business.
We're just looking for a way to make
There's
up that
plenty-
little difference.
There's plenty. $10,000 is a little more than a little difference, but.
But if he's doing this for long term, and it's a for-profit business, it's part of the startup cost that's an issue in that 10
It is.
significance for getting it going, as opposed to over 10 years, it's $1,000 a year.
But as I've discussed previously, all of the models for me to be able to function as a business are based on the Wired West's best effort of actually getting fiber here and the ideal situation where they're able to provide better service, lower cost to everybody in town. So, although such a thing would normally be considered part of a startup cost, I have all my projections are based on a finite life of the company. And I'm happy for the company to continue operating after that, but I need to operate as a business that needs to be profitable and be worth my time within those 3 years. Or 4 years.
I wasn't disagreeing. I was,
Where do we go? What's our next move?
How about a joint meeting with both the building committee and the tech committee, and let's just hammer it out. Let's just get it right out there with everyone coming forward on it, Chris and Jody.
and how about, you said the historical commission?
I meant their story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the building, the IT, and the historical.
Yeah. Let me just have it out.
Do we want to make it some kind of a open forum here, some kind of thing to have, try to get as many people to come in the discussion?
As much as I hate to litter up the calendar, I'm looking for a date that we could, I mean, it's something that we've been working on here for 2 months. And I don't know if we've made a lot of progress, except that we've asked people to weigh in, and now we're revisiting that and those opinions. And I wonder, since the reason for doing it, for me, is that there's a need in the community. And I think if we just had a public hearing and had a forum or an audience, so we give people a chance to voice their opinions and what the needs are, and then we can move forward from there. We can decide the good arguments and the bad arguments.
What if we moved it to a Saturday? I not opposed. Would more people be able to attend the light of day?
Or how late
Miserable winter.
are you gonna go in the calendar so we know the roads will be passable?
Well, that's
Or
an
is it
issue.
spring?
Can you tell me when the snow's going to stop? Then I can pick a better day.
Yeah, I know. I hope it stops by March 10th, when we have that special town meeting. I don't know, what do you think? Is that a good alternative, or?
I think it's critical. I think everyone I speak to about this subject, there's about a 50-50 difference. And people screaming for good internet connectivity. And I also have heard rumors that Verizon wants out of the business. So anyone who's on DSL, you could be out there looking for someone else. I'm not on DSL. I don't, I'm out in the middle of nowhere. But I mean, I think if that was to happen today, if Verizon was to get out of it, hand it over to another provider that was inferior service and more expensive, I think you'd have a lot more proponents. I'm concerned that people who would normally come into town with kids and such, that this isn't a place they want to be because of the lack of connectivity. So it's really vital to the town to do it. Yet, I share all the concerns, every single concern on the other side too. So I think we just need to have it out, and we need to get a sense from the floor of what's the urgency. And we have to do it soon, because Chris is eager to get going, and I don't want to string him along.
Here's a question, and I'm probably opening up. You're not supposed to really ask a lot of questions that you don't know the answers to, right? But not that, we're pro and con, or con and pro.
We're our new best friends.
All right.
Chris and I.
Let me ask you, have you thought of, is there a middle ground that has not been addressed? Is there a middle ground between trying to preserve the aesthetics and more than what Chris has already attempted by those pictures? I mean, I'm sure there were a lot uglier antennas that you could propose to put up there than the ones you've got on those pictures.
Not really. That was intended to be the worst case. And my sense was if I came through and presented that as the worst case and everybody thought, this is okay, then I knew the envelope within which I could work. I can't, with some empirical testing, I can determine what is necessary for the most amount of coverage. But there's also the possibility of leaving people out. Lower coverage. We could, there's a whole variety of ways that one could integrate antennas, existing antennas or smaller antennas up there. The three on the top balustrade, the upper balustrade, are reasonably small. They're about the same height as the balustrade itself. It's possible those could be more closely integrated. It's possible with smaller antennas, you wouldn't necessarily put them behind the window, but you could remove, the windows are removed. You could build a replacement window that appropriately integrates an antenna that is painted to match so it appears as though the muntins are still there. You wouldn't be able to see through it. It would be RF transparent as much as possible. But it would match and be integrated into the building. However, I have no idea yet if I can do such a thing and still get decent coverage, and exactly to what extent such a thing. So there's a variety of ways that I think that antennas could be integrated. This was simply presented as
Worst case. Thank you. I knew my March was busier than my calendar showed, but I looked down and I had it 2015. So I don't have March 2015 all booked up yet, but now that I'm back closer to the present day, are there any dates that stick out on your calendar?
Don't we already have something for the 8th?
Yes.
So that's Thanksgiving.
Is the need for a possible public forum or a joint meeting to discuss the obnoxiousness of the large antennas, or is it the concept in general?
I think the concept in general for me would be because we've been discussing this for 2 months or 3 months, whatever it is, time flies. We really haven't had anybody voice a need, right? I mean, we haven't had a large crowd. I mean, a few people that would be in the audience for something else would nod their head, but at a public hearing, you know, you'd be able to have, if you publicize it correctly, you could talk about the aesthetics, you could talk about the use of the town hall, and we could talk about the need for the service, which I think would be tremendously valuable to you, to know what the need in the community would be.
It would be valuable to know, but I know that it's significant already, so I don't necessarily need.
And I don't doubt that, but on this side of the table, sometimes it would be. Betty?
2 comments. I used to be on the IT committee. I'm no longer.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Betty, with this blower going.
I was formerly on the IT committee. I'm no longer there by choice because there were other folks that had more time and more expertise than I. But when I was on the IT committee, we dealt with a former company that just kind of left everybody in the lurch. Never even explained that they were even leaving town. And what they found out is that our area is not easy to service. And they tried the church. They tried all the other bigger buildings. And they aren't tall enough to service much of anybody except like in your real close neighborhood.
Who work from my house and maybe your house, because that's...
Well, yeah, that'd be about as far, but it wouldn't be helping all these other folks. And when we were running all of these things, we had surveys and all other kinds of things to judge the interest. And it was predominantly like, we need something else for business, for the educational component of it. And there really was nobody who was negative, except if you suggested putting a tower up there to give them that service. There were a few that, oh no, we can't have towers. But the need was there, or the supposed need was there.
How about Thursday, March 20th?
It's a water district.
Thursday, March 20th. What's that?
I don't have my calendar with me.
You know? Oh,
There's caucus on the 18th, but...
there's a Wired West financing meeting at the Academy at Chowmon on Wednesday.
On the 9th.
I really don't want to be doing any type of public hearing on a Saturday or something.
When is
We consume enough of our time.
on March 13th is the Franklin County Selectmen's Association, right?
We can go Thursday, we can go, how about Tuesday, the 25th?
I think that's better for me.
Tuesday, the 25th. We have a select board meeting on the 24th.
Just another question. If we're already at the March 8th public hearing for senior housing, could we just, we're already out, do 2 back to back?
I didn't even have that one on my calendar, Paula. What date is that?
It says here on our agenda, March 8th, public hearing. I don't have a time. Senior housing.
We don't.
In the afternoon?
2 to 4?
Well, 2 was in the day.
We don't have enough time to
Yeah.
advertise this, to get this really out there in the community.
We're too close.
Right, we're too close. I think if we could have it the tail end of the month.
I'd say the 25th is better for me, just pushes it out further, gives us a little more chance.
I would not be able to represent the,
What's that?
I'm out of town that week. But
I'm trying to work it around when I'm not at it. Not that we're on, opposing forces, but
I know.
we're trying to work that in. But that 25th would work for me, the 20th, either one of those.
You said the 18th, right?
No, the 18th is caucus.
Okay.
Too late, and you don't know how long it's gonna last. You don't know until everybody's
It might be a reason to get more people to caucus.
Yeah.
Although that's pretty busy. I mean, you're gonna have a full slate plus. It's gonna take a while. Well, I'm not rushing anybody to make a decision, but I wish it would happen as fast as it can. It's 12 minutes after 8. We got 5 sets of meeting minutes to approve tonight.
Does it get any better if we move it to the first week in April?
Sooner the better.
You don't think the 20th works? I'll go with the 3rd. Would you? Thursday.
The only thing that's looking in my mind right now is probably to be the personnel board is going to meet, but with some communication, we can probably move that to another day. Awesome. So I'm thinking of right now.
They don't want to be at the hearing.
Conceivably, yes,
Conceivably.
that would be interesting.
So we're working on the 20th. Give us
I
just
like
a few
that.
minutes.
I don't know, well, the historical commission is going to have their nose seriously out of joint if they can't, I think, just consider this formally as a group.
They'll have time.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to meet with them, but Steve says he needs to be told, you need to meet and consider this new historical information. That's what he said to me. He said, I can't look at anything till they
We get
tell
all this
me.
fancy communication equipment in the town halls.
Couldn't we have Mary call and invite them? Send them an email to the whole committee. All the committees we would like to have there.
We will let everyone know.
Sure.
I just have a question.
You think that
Hold on just a second. Yes. All right, so
20th?
I'll move that we have set up a public hearing for March 20th at 7 p.m.
The second night?
And 7, it's going to start at 7 and end at 9.
And invite,
Everybody, the public, it's a public hearing.
but should we request?
And notify the historical
All
commission, the
committees.
town hall.
But we're going to notify everybody we possibly can. And especially, request especially the IT committee, the historical commission, and the building committee be here to participate.
That's good. So we got a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I think we should have them be prepared to meet as a formal committee, so that
Prior.
either prior, during, so that people can get answers as to, they're not going to go back into deliberation later, and let's.
I can,
I would think it should be prior.
as I do with the Select Board Finance Committee meetings, I can post for all the relevant committees who would be part of the discussion for that meeting.
That sounds good.
Sounds fine.
And let them
The
know
one
that
agenda overall.
that it's formal for them, so they need a quorum.
I think that's the way to proceed.
Just as further discussion on this motion, Jody brought up the point that Steve Guggen would reconsider it. Should we ask them to, so this isn't the first time they've heard it when they come to this hearing. Should we ask them to, kick it around?
I can send out something right away, giving them, letting them know this is going to happen and asking them to come prepared.
and having met historical commission and building committee,
I
so
could
they have
say-
answers.
If they can have met by then, that would be helpful.
I think that'd be great.
So we got a motion, a second, any other discussions?
Well,
Seeing
a
none.
question right here.
Well, I'm working on the board here.
Yeah.
So we're in the middle, once we got a motion on the table, I'm trying to work through this. So, and no other discussion here. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous. Yes, ma'am.
Well, my question is, if the decision has been made. I was going to say that I thought there needed to be more time before the meeting, that would be a hearing for those interested parties to work through this very complex and important issue. And I thought March 20th was too soon to get all these different groups to have time to read and digest and go through the process that you've been going through for, as you said, several months.
I appreciate that. We've been doing a lot of other business during those 3 months also. And it is complex. And I think one of the last really big things that we worked on, I mean, much bigger than this, much bigger than the decision on it, but somebody said, well, we probably should wait on it and, really figure it out, was, what was it, like 27 years before we got a sewer system put in, I mean, we don't need to drag it out that long, but it seems like 3 weeks should be plenty of notice to get everything. Everybody can post their meetings, they can get that information.
Wouldn't it be
I see,
able to
and that doesn't mean that doesn't mean.
Ashfield News, for instance, it should be, that must be printing already for March.
I'm opposed to reconsidering our date, given what she's saying, especially if these other committees don't meet as often. We don't have anything to lose. We get past snow.
I do hate to put this on Rob's plate, but the news will be printing tomorrow night. So there's a tiny possibility something could be started.
I could send it out tonight if you like.
It's really the committees being able to get together, so they'd have 2 weeks to get themselves together, meet, have a discussion before we ever had the hearing, is your concern. And if they haven't been paying a lot of attention to the amount of detail that's now available, it's a lot to digest.
If there's a chance of getting it into the Ashfield News, I think that would go a long distance of everybody in town feeling like they have been informed of what's happening. And so it doesn't come as a huge surprise. I would
go as far to say if it can't get printed in the Ashfield News, that we could make an insert for the Ashfield News, so that everyone could get notified. Copy paper is still pretty cheap.
Now, the Ashfield News is probably going to be available this Saturday, based on where we are. We're at Wednesday. We've got 2 more days, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, because it's usually out for the 1st.
If we go much later than March 20th, I don't believe it's going to happen until after annual town meeting. Because the budget has to get pulled together. And there's going to be some extra days that we're going to have to fit into the schedule to get that done, first and foremost. So would that be all right if Mary can't get a hold of Rob to print that we copy off a bunch of flyers notifying, and then that can get stuffed in with the papers?
Notice of a hearing.
Yes.
Yeah, I think 3 weeks is enough time. I think we need to get it out there. We need to move this forward, and that'd be great if we could do an insert, put the notice in there. I mean, all these groups have talked about this. It's not a new subject to them. So they just need to reconsider their position on it.
And they need to have some of the new information.
Oh, absolutely. That would be part of what we would expect them to do.
And
they-
where would that be made
These are-
available?
These are all people that, well, they get it right through the town office. I mean,
We can scan it.
Mary's gonna have all that. She can email it to them. They'll have all of that information. I mean,
Joby, is it possible you would be available for some of these committees to send them some of the information, if you haven't already, that you've shared with us, so it's not the first time they're hearing it?
I'm happy to, it's easy to email if I know who, I'll get a list, no problem.
Although we
and you've already been in contact, right? You've already been in contact with the Historical Commission.
Oh, I talked to Steve over the phone and he said, I can't look at anything you have unless the select board asks me to look at it. And, I mean, because he's,
That's great to think that we have that much authority.
I'm impressed.
Thought you'd be
Amy,
pleased.
you've been waving your hand back
Yeah,
there.
I'm just curious to know, I'm kind of new to this issue, if you're up to date on what's the information with the COG and the state as far as their efforts to bring high speed to this part of the area.
There's
I mean,
a
as
meeting
things-
in March.
Yeah.
Where West?
The night before we have this public hearing, there'll be a meeting in Chalmar about financing and that sort of thing for the Wired West.
I actually went to one last night.
Oh, you did?
Coming, yeah. And there's good news and bad news. Of the 100 million required to get it lit up, all these houses with fiber, the governor's bill will get somewhere around 50 there. And Wired West is looking, and you'll hear this, they're looking for someone to back a default clause in the event that they fail. So they would go and do what's required to get financing, private equity, all sorts of other grants, so on and so forth. But they're saying if the 25 to 35 towns would stand behind us, they don't have to come forward with the money, but stand behind us in if default was to happen, worst case scenario, then we know we could get the other 50 million.
That sounds a lot like that team building exercise where somebody just
Yeah.
falls backwards and somebody else is going to catch up.
So there's, but the need is significant. And I think they were talking best case scenario, and they're not going to be ready by annual town meeting. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. And then it's going to take them probably another year to get things moving along, and you can add whatever fudge factors you want on top of that. But meanwhile, people who move into town, looking at houses and such, are saying, can I get connected? It's the first question, and if I can't, I'll go to another community. Not in all cases.
And people in town.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
just people that are going to show up.
Yeah. More and more homework's being required over the internet and so on and so forth.
So Chris, not to belabor it, because it's, time's ticking by here, it's 8:23, not anybody's counting. But plain red light, green light here, you have a copy of the contract that town council sent back. Do you have any particular big issues with that?
Yes.
Name them quickly,
Um,
so I can mark them,
There are
please.
two separate sections, let's see. Section 4 and section 23.
23?
Where it suggests that the town would be granted full access to all of my financial records and books and things of that nature. That is not something that I think is appropriate, and I don't think it's something that the town would do with anybody else. And I don't think that's something that any private business would do. So that's a major concern.
Well, my big reason is so when I really sit down, now I can look at it and say, this is where there's a problem.
The next,
It would be a real, I can say, now, is this a deal breaker for me?
yeah. The next concern is lesser concern, that's in section 3. It was edited to be a 2-year contract instead of a 3-year contract, but that was, it was my understanding that's just a misunderstanding of the MGL 30B, and I have the reference was provided to Mary to provide to town council, and I would like that changed back to 3
And
years.
it's in each of your files. Go look at it.
And well, one of the major reasons for
Is
that
it up to 36 months? Is it up to 3 years?
it's in excess of 3 years requires.
That's what I thought.
And one of the major reasons for that is my contract with actual bandit provider would be 3 years, because that's their preference. I can get a 2-year contract with significantly increased cost, or I can get a 3-year contract and need to make up for that 3rd year in the event, to prepare in the event of not getting a new contract, which all gets passed on as additional costs to the customer.
Is there any other points on here that need to
Sorry.
be addressed?
This is much lesser in the first section. It specifies the installation plans will be shown to the building committee and the historical commission for approval. And not to, I would think that those committees and commissions should be only burdened with what they're charged with doing. And I think that it does not do that. So the
Which
historical
section
commission-
is that?
Section 1.
It's the edit.
So the historical commission, I think, should have to do with anything visible from the ground, and the building committee should have to do with anything mechanical and installed. It's my understanding of their charges and how they would participate.
Did you say earlier there was something in 4?
Yes, 4 and 23 both have the access to records.
Okay, anything else on this tonight? I think we've made headway by setting up this public hearing.
Was there anything in here about removing derelict equipment? I didn't see anything. I mean, let's say that things just kind of wind down, and these things are up there, and so on and so forth. I mean, I think you should have, for your signs of successes, the...
10?
Is it number 10? I can see that. Okay. Good. I guess I gotta read it a little bit.
Paulette, did you have anything on the contract in particular? Or? Not yet.
The only thing, the sections that Chris is concerned about, I would wonder why, there's a reason Don put them there, and I don't know what that reason is.
All right. We'll move on.
May I ask a question?
Briefly.
Okay. So where does this hearing leave the contract?
Not going to do anything until after we have a public hearing.
Okay.
Even I wouldn't step out and sign a contract and then have a public hearing about it afterwards. I'm going to put a bullseye on your forehead. Good to see you, Alan.
Good to see you too. Thank you, very informative.
All right, thank you, folks.
That information you brought to us this evening, the lending fee to local small businesses, is that brand new information?
I missed that one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I just, if we were thinking about doing it in the fiber optic another location, I didn't know about
The having the money is not a problem. The spending the money and being certain that you make that.
Sure. I didn't know about this, I didn't know if you didn't caught your eye while they were out.
That's going to be shared on the website.
Sorry, I wanted to copy to speak up. I don't know, it just came out like that. It just came out that way. Did I just say that? Gosh.
Yeah.
Are they?
You got it, man, you good?
Old soul, I guess. Okay. We're gonna let's hit the minutes.
You're gonna do it, huh?
We're gonna hit the minutes. We got extra time since we have to sign a warrant tonight. My good.
Which one you started with?
Excuse me. The one on top, February 17th is the one I have.
We haven't, I was at date or January 13th is where we have not done minutes from.
January 27th?
January 13th, January 15th, 27th.
No, I don't think we brought it in on 13th. Was that?
We brought it to the last meeting, whereas I was leaving, I said, you got the meetings, and you said you
Yeah,
were waiting for Ron.
I failed to put that on this agenda, so I'll bring it to the next meeting.
Well, we could just
We
go over it.
can take it.
Yeah,
We
we
can take it
should.
up, but let's take up the ones that are on the agenda first. The one I'm looking at right now is the meeting of February 17th.
February 17th, so you started. He's picking from
From the middle.
last week.
Most recent.
Did
This one
Brian
should be
record
easy.
last week?
No, he was not here
Oh,
last week.
I thought I'd sit and watch him,
Oh,
He wasn't here.
because I knew it was on.
what? When we met with the finance committee?
No, it's just you and me, right?
You and I and Ted was here.
Yeah, but Brian wasn't.
Brian was not here.
So
That's right.
I didn't have any, I've looked this over, I didn't have any issue with it.
That's right, because that happened to be President's Day, so what we did is we gathered information and really tried not to make any decisions that night.
I guess the only thing I noticed was it didn't have a time you adjourned.
It doesn't happen very often, but I think there should be an addition on these minutes under the ambulance. about the discussion or the position I had about them building a new building and wanting, and financing it, and questioning the ability for them to do that without the town voting for a debt exclusion to pay for it.
Can you explain that a little?
Well, remember they came in 6 weeks or 2 months ago, and they came in and they discussed that they had land, and they were doing a fund drive, and so on and so forth, and they're getting land cleared and prepared to build a ambulance station in Goshen, because they couldn't use the firehouse anymore.
And they were hoping the towns would participate.
Well, the town, right, we have an assessment, and from the discussion, they aren't sure how much money they're gonna have to borrow beyond fundraising to put the building up. But they're expecting that they're gonna do the financing, put up the building, and then just add that arbitrarily to our assessment, not arbitrarily, but according to the formula, add it to our assessments. Without, and I just don't understand how you can do that any more than we could decide to build a town garage without having a vote that we're gonna pay for the debt. Ricky's shaking her head. Really? I mean, I just don't understand what the difference in that organization and our agreement with them is. So we just need to add just a little bit in there that we had brought that up, because Doug and Pat were pretty nervous. They said that I was the only person that had brought it up to them, and they'd been to all the other towns first. So I'm just trying to figure out how they can finance it.
It's nice to know about front costs.
Well, my concern, Ricky, is that if it's a capital cost that we're going to have to pay, if we don't get an exclusion, those dollars will always be competing with the school and computer needs and everything else in town. Where if it's an exclusion, we know we can raise the money for it. So that was the only addition to that. I'm not sure what time we adjourn.
Motion from that, that's in the file books, so.
It's on.
And then I guess at the very end, the thing you've been doing all along, it just isn't there with the note, these minutes were discussed, that phraseology, I'm looking at a different page that has it. But can I ask you a question on, since I wasn't here, just for clarification, the issue with the sidewalks, and it says that, you pointed out that they could have it brought up. Are there any concerns that we need to run by town council if the town were to take on doing the sidewalks, where some of them are in front of businesses, some of them are private homes, some of them not-for-profit business, that kind of thing? Does it matter? And I don't know the answer. Because along Main Street, both sides, you've got all kinds of entities.
Yeah, but if the town assumed the responsibility for them, see, the discussion, my part of the discussion on that, or my position is that it really is going to take a town meeting vote, not only to appropriate money to do it, but to reverse the original vote when the sidewalks were put in, that they were going to be seasonal sidewalks. And those are two issues, because that was a big issue. I'm sure Ricky remembers. I mean, that was a big issue, is that they were going to be seasonal sidewalks. And so it's fine if the town changes its mind. It's fine, but that's two distinct issues. And I think once the town takes the if the town decides to take the responsibility to maintain the sidewalks, they have to be maintained not just for snow removal. That's the liability question I would have. Hey, somebody gets in 3-foot snow on where the sidewalk's supposed to be and falls over, I'm not so quite as concerned about them as somebody that slips and breaks their hip in front of your house on the ice.
Right, because we didn't make the town responsible.
I beg your pardon?
The ice is a big issue.
The ice is a huge issue. Ice is a huge issue
As soon
because...
as you plow it, that melts and it's all ice.
Right, and I don't think, being seasonal sidewalks, I don't think they were designed with any amount of drainage at all.
No, I mean, I have one that caves in right in front of the house, and it always puddles.
I mean, if you go
There's
down,
ice on it all the time.
you go down here, between here and the Episcopal Church, you know, that dip in there, very soon with this amount of snow, trying to afford that would be like trying to walk across the Okefenokee Swamp.
The telephone bill is the same thing. They got
Telephone,
sheets of ice.
that's another good thing. So that's the discussion. My third issue is, what's the cost and where are we going to come up with the money to pay for it?
Well, I was wondering if, granted the town votes, but at some point, what would town council be offering us, like, oh, gee, great idea, or you've got to be kidding me because you're taking on a big risk for all of Main Street, 2 sides of the sidewalks, to put the town in a place to be responsible for all
Well,
that.
we're certainly not the first community to maintain sidewalks if we decide to do it.
Does Conway have somebody, because I was looking at, there was a
Con-
guy going up all the sidewalks in Conway the other day when I was driving down there, and I didn't know whether it was a town person.
That's a town-owned piece of equipment, and they actually blow the snow into a dump truck and take it away.
I didn't see that, but maybe when it first snowed, but he was going over it again when it was already done once.
Betty?
About 3 weeks ago, I fell on the ice up here, on the sidewalk. And Bill will attest to that because he happened to be coming down the road to stop to make sure I was all right. At first, I thought I was all right. And now, 3 weeks later, and my hip is still bothering me. Now, if I had broken my hip, I might have had another issue. And I'm just saying this is for me. But I'm not the only one that walks those sidewalks who could possibly break their hip. But all this is going to take is a suit, which I'm not a suing person. I mean, I never have, never will be. But there are people who would be suing you for the pain that I've got in my head. I just want to bring that out. This has been an issue for me. It's not safe to walk on the road. There's no parking down here, and it's useless for me to bring my car from my house down here, so I walk.
Well, I mean, this is what it is. It's not just clearing the snow.
Well, and then
You're either all in or you're out.
That's it. Should be all in, as far as I'm concerned. Because that very same day, I finally said, all right, I'm going to go out and walk on the street. A truck came by and covered me from here all the way down with slush and everything else that was there. And that's not a once in a lifetime happening. It happens all the time. If you walk on the road, the cars could care less, or the trucks could care less, whether they're slashing you completely over your head.
The problem is, it's really hard to be all in on the sidewalks because, I mean, it's almost impossible, you know, unless somebody's there every single day. When there's snow, you know, melt during the day and then freezing and then it's freezing the next day.
I think if the town did it itself, I mean, I've been thinking about it, and I walk on the sidewalk, you know, where it's available. I think if the town was going to do it themselves, it would be the purchase of some machinery, and it would take one person pretty much all the working hours, you know, maybe not quite that much, but it's maintenance every day. I mean, there would be sand and salt have to be spread on it, you know, there would have to be,
Don't put salt on it.
well, you know, calcium
Salt's
chloride.
not doing it, it's just gonna go in and it just makes little potholes.
Oh, it probably would break up the concrete, but there's got to be something, you got to have something on it.
Sand.
So giving everything you explained for me. Should we add something to that particular paragraph? Because you just shared some information I wouldn't have known that might be good to put in here about the sidewalks being designed as seasonal.
But that wasn't part of the discussion at the meeting. But it was, I did talk about there being seasonal sidewalks, that they were voted to be seasonal sidewalks.
You did mention that.
Could be,
And maybe I could say that in the past, we have not actually done much with the budget meetings, except indicate what budgets were being discussed. So
I mean, it really was, Nancy came in with what, 4 other people, I think, right? Richard Craig, lieutenant down at the tavern. Yeah, I think really the only, if there was an addition, I think, Paulette, the addition would be that, that I did note that the town had voted when they were put in for the seasonal sidewalks.
I think it's an important fact, that's all, given that you were helping to explain for my purposes. That if that was said at that meeting, to include that there.
Just to bring you up to date, I think the park commission's budget was really very straightforward. Not a lot of changes on that, amazingly few changes. And we went through, I think Caroline Murray did a really good job going through account by account and going through that. She had a narrative attached, I believe. That should be pretty self-explanatory, if you haven't already got that information. So with those 2 additions,
My only other question on this is, we didn't really meet with the finance committee. We met with a member of the finance committee. I don't want to make it seem like we did. We didn't have a quorum, we just had Ted.
right, it was advertised as a.
It was advertised.
Finance.
We need to close
posted,
this up.
but it does indicate here that only 10 are here.
there.
Well, if we
None
put
of the
out,
other finance.
if we put after his name, no quorum for the finance committee, it's very obvious they couldn't
Yeah,
participate in that capacity.
maybe Ted Murray chair only, and then no quorum present. So that it doesn't look like you're just labeling the chair.
That's fine with me.
And then on the back of that, under the document list, Mary, I just said, please see FY budget book for individual budgets as submitted. I mean, it should be just standard, relative to each of these groups submitted budgets. And if someone wanted to see them, they could see them.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the February 17, 2014 minutes as amended, with the standard verbiage on the bottom.
I'll second that. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? 1 abstention. Okay, 1 down. Next in my pile is the minutes of February 10th. Working backwards here. This was actually a select board meeting.
I've got a couple of things. had a style change. We've been doing the Carter, Lou Carter Kohler thing, and this set of minutes has Paulette and Tom. Could we edit this and locally change the Paulettes to Lou Carter and Tom to Carter, just to be consistent with our minutes? And on page 2 of 3, the 5th paragraph is making mention of that I put together and submitted a list of stipends, but it doesn't have a document, so I brought an extra copy because I was afraid maybe I didn't hand you one, but I think it should be a document listed at the end. So I can pass that over to you if you want. And I don't remember if I have that.
I have one.
Yeah, we really,
That's the one you emailed, Paulette?
It's the one I emailed, but I don't know if I handed one that evening. So I printed out an extra, so you have one to make
no,
it
because
one.
I remember I was reading it off in the email.
Yeah, so it wasn't in the meeting folder. It's not part of the meeting. Didn't you do that after the meeting?
No, we voted on it in the meeting. It's been voted on, so
I had the document on my iPad, and I read it there, and you had a
I
copy
had a
of your
paper copy.
email.
I just don't remember if I handed you a copy, so it needs to be a document in these minutes.
Okay.
So I printed one.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
fine.
That's all. And they listed at the end. So it looks like maybe number 12 is available.
A long discussion about antennas.
On which part, where are you?
Oh, I'm not just going through Doug Field and Bill Perlman talking about this same antennas. Anything else, Paulette, that you can see on there?
That's all I saw. I know, I mean, we'll have an opportunity, I think, with the upcoming public hearing. I mean, Jody had a lot to present that could have been longer, but it's probably going to be taken care of in the future, so.
Yeah. One of the things, Ron, working through the budget and for Ricky too, when we had Tom and one of the things we discussed in the budget, and he just touched upon, is the transfer station is going to require some investment by the time we get down the road. Exactly how much we don't know, and Eric Weiss is, but he's kind of, we got a really good windstorm. The only thing there might be the electrical work sticking out of the ground. So. I mean, that little building's been there a long time. Yes.
I have something I'd like to suggest an amendment to first page under appointments, Mary Vilgon. And this does reflect what happened at the meeting, except that in the interim, I talked to Mary, and what had happened is we had started scheduling in November. I put her in a number of files going forward so that we could carry it. Anyway, she was planning to come this past Monday night. And
So she did not show
I
up?
think the error is mine. I would prefer that it
She didn't show up for appointment due to scheduling.
confusion. Absolutely.
That's fine.
Yep.
That's a good idea. Energy grant, we go through that. Anything else you had, Paulette? Nothing? Ron, any questions on anything in
No
there?
questions, it wasn't there, of course.
A motion?
Oh, I move that we accept the minutes of February 10th, 2014 as amended.
I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yes.
Abstained?
Yes.
One abstention. That's another one out of the way. February 3rd. This was a budget meeting with the finance committee.
I thought Ron was not with us that night,
No, I wasn't.
and it doesn't say that he's absent.
You can't really say you were off enjoying the Pacific Northwest, though.
No, you can't. Or my vacation day.
Only that you were there, right?
And we're doing February 3rd?
You're doing the third, right, Tom?
February 3rd.
You got it.
Yeah, that's what
Although it happened in our meeting, do we need to clarify in any way the business with Ted Murray in the motion? Because it's our select board minutes, and he's conducting finance committee business to get everybody to vote that night because he knew he was going to have a quorum, or had a quorum. That motion is the finance committee. The select board is just watching that happen. It's obvious to us, but down the road a bit, it might not be so.
Well, we stopped so he could open,
Right.
just so he could open that
Right.
at 7:21.
But does it need a little more in there just to say, finance committee, it's there. I'm wondering if that should be separated from the discussion piece so it stands out that it's finance committee business and what it looked like. Because it's
Was
just,
that part of the finance committee minutes? All it says is that during our meeting, as we got 20 minutes into our meeting, that we stopped, so once they had a quorum, they could open their.
and I don't
That's
mind,
up, right, that's up.
yeah, I don't mind having the detail of their vote in there because I think it's important what they voted to use some of their money to, so we didn't have to
Right.
put that on the warrant. It's just I was looking for it to be more obvious that it was finance committee business. And we were waiting for them. And I guess
I think it's good that it's in there, at least we took care of that. That's why the warrant articles look different.
And it just needs the note at the end for the minutes, like it usually has, or has, these minutes were discussed and amended. The note usually put.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
I move that we accept the minutes of February 3rd, 2014 as amended.
Second. Ron, did you have any questions or concerns about what we went over?
Nope.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Yep, one abstention. All right. January 27th. We were all here for this one. Everybody but Lynn.
one little thing. Under new business, page 2. Oh. But it doesn't say page 2, but it is page 2. The third sentence, Betty explains Carrie's, just apostrophe S.
Yeah, have anything in there wrong?
No.
Want to sign it? Anything else, Paul?
Just a little correction. Documentation, item 12, proposed personnel policies. I think it's personnel policies and procedures manual. Just to be accurate.
Motion? Anybody?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes as amended, January 27th, 2014.
Second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. All right. Those click right off.
So I got January 15th and January 13th. That's from our last meeting.
If you want to take just a minute and go back those, we can 13th and 15th.
13th and 15th.
Thank you.
I don't think they're too deep in my pile.
No. Give it
Yeah.
17.
They get me one.
You want to make,
Yes.
you want a copy, just make a copy of this, or instead of turning on your computer? Here's the 13th, here's the 15th.
We get them emailed electronically, but the reason we put them off is that not everybody was here to approve them. Everybody that,
Because you're saying that everybody was reading them and a long time, and I just know that in the other two committees that I'm on, we get the emails, we can just make corrections as we go and bring them already corrected, and we don't have to spend a lot of time.
hugely effective. If we had not fallen behind because folks were sick or on vacation or on business trip, we'd be doing one at a time and we'd probably have it pretty much committed to memory. But this is,
Want you a copy?
I gave it to her to,
Oh,
she was going to
okay.
make extra copies
Gotcha.
rather than turn on the computer.
who's on the schedule next week, Mary, for the budget? Tom?
Yeah, highway, towards the transfer station.
I think it's pretty much the Tom Poisson show all night, isn't it?
Yeah, there's.
Highway, transfer station.
Tom will take a look. So it's highway, transfer station, Tree Board, the Senior Center, Council on Aging, Cultural Council, Planning Board, ZBA, Veterans Town History Fund, website, Board of Health.
It's going to be Tom and Rick.
And Kathy will probably come from the Senior Center. Possibly someone will come from the Town History Fund. Possibly someone will come from the Town History Fund, possibly show us about, I don't know. I will check.
If I remember right, is Ted's not around next week?
Oh, really?
Is Ted already not in next week?
March 3rd.
I thought there's a section of time he's going to be away.
I think
Somehow
it's the,
I
I
had
think it's the 17th,
The
17th.
school committee 17th meeting.
the middle of March.
Because he did say that by that time he will have gone to a number of those meetings, and I saw him at the one last week or the week before on the budget, so it'll be sort of caught up.
At least I was in the right month.
And for sheer
These are two
entertainment,
sets.
I was looking at Conway history.
Conway history.
17-something to 1917. And there was reference, because my great-grandfather settled there.
Okay.
Lookout
Look
Road.
our road.
And it makes mention in the history document that the sawmill, one of them, was near Hart's Falls. So I think where the property sat down below its falls in the South River.
That was the power of the
I
sawmill.
stumbled over it.
That's right, so.
I said, I didn't know that was a new. I'm sure that needed.
But I don't know what happened to the falls,
I don't know. I never saw it.
because from, did you make a copy for me?
Yes. Which one? Of course I did.
That's what but when you get, Barber's Ferry Bridge, it's all stone tubing all the way down through, there's no falls in the Deerfield, so is there another brook that
It was
comes
on,
in?
it was on the South River.
It's on the South River. There's the South River coming out Deerfield. On the Deerfield River. Shows you the last time I went down the Deerfield. I may not have been in such good condition to even remember.
Most of the time I wasn't.
That's what I was going to say.
Since we're looking backwards, are you looking at 15 or 13?
Let's do 13. Now that I've done that once, I don't like going backwards. So,
Consistency.
see, we should have said that. I know, there's an easy way to drive you over the edge, right? Just be inconsistent.
Oh,
Use a
that'll do
different,
it.
use a different font. Just to follow up on the first thing, the community block grant. We took care of all the paperwork and everything. There's nothing that MJ was waiting for.
Nope, talked to him the last few days about the chapter piece.
Paulette, you got anything?
I didn't.
Ron, you got anything?
I just thought that on the bottom of the first page, Carter makes a motion to appoint Doug as And I would have inserted select board liaison before that, because it wasn't, it was specifically, a select board member, but we decided to make him the liaison for it, so just to be clear on that.
Well, Carter makes a motion to appoint Doug Field as liaison to the senior center.
Yeah, I didn't review the tape, but it was specifically as a select board liaison as opposed to an interest in Ashfield liaison. No, I didn't have any other beside that.
He's doing it on our behalf.
So I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as amended, and, standard verbiage on the bottom, 21, include the amendment.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. Just on the document list. I'm trying, the 20 documents is plain. But I'm almost wondering, it doesn't include the document that we passed around as far as the list of those charitable accounts that we reviewed. Remember we had that list of, when we voted that money?
That's a good point.
We had that list of all the...
Yeah, well, it says it right here, under new business,
On public welfare type deal.
There was a list.
So we should add that.
Good. So we'll accept this.
It was a list of certain kinds of accounts, right?
Yeah,
It was the
charitable.
They were all
Charitable.
charitable accounts.
charitable and public welfare accounts and whatever.
So it need to be a document?
Yeah, just add that to the document. So we have a motion with amendments, seconded, yes?
Second.
Did I hear that?
Yes.
Remember that? Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Beautiful. January 15th, it's a short one.
I had a speller just on Haker. I can't find it now. But it's not Harker, it's Haker. I
Take the
believe.
H off?
H-A-K-E-R. What's that? Yeah, take the R out.
Oh, H-A-K-E-R, no middle R. I had one thing, because I believe we discussed it at the meeting, and so we just have to add it somewhere, that the PowerPoint from that evening was going to be posted on the town's website after the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I think it happened the next day, but I think we discussed it,
Mm-hmm.
that it was going to happen.
So add that as a paragraph or something?
Yeah, before I made a motion to adjourn,
Okay.
probably happened at the end anyway. And I have a question, because the paragraph above that, oh, there's another typo with his name. Where it says see document, I'm not sure what document it's referring to.
I'm still on the previous amendment that you made. Do you want to take that paragraph that says the presentation of both the field retaining wall and the Ashfield Pond Dam gave an overview of the deficiencies and inspection as well as options for repairs? This presentation will be posted, or Paulette recommends, what do you want to say?
You could either add it or just make it a sentence above, between those two, between that one and Lukart makes a motion.
Okay.
And just put, it was stated that the PowerPoint presentation would be posted on the town's website.
Maybe it was stated that this presentation, since in the paragraph.
Sure.
Okay.
That this PowerPoint,
Was there a motion and a second to do that, or was there just an agreement, general agreement?
I don't think we voted to do it.
I don't think we
we talked to
voted to-
them and said, we'd like to put it up so people
Yeah.
can see it
It was stated.
on the website.
It was agreed.
It was agreed. Okay. at this presentation
I mean, I wasn't there, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's kind of the way I would.
would be posted. And it did get posted, right? I didn't check it.
Right. And I guess I would put PowerPoint presentation so they know they're going through.
Okay.
We knew we were going through slides.
Yeah, I wasn't there, but I knew it got posted because it was that weekend.
I think that
Went
they
through it.
sent it to Ron the next day. It was like within a day. It was
Yeah,
up right after the meeting. It would be posted on the town website.
was to be posted.
Right.
I still don't understand why it's so expensive, even though I went through it.
Should have come to the meeting, Tom.
I can't remember what, January 15th.
Let me know when you're ready, Ron.
I'm all set with that. Mary, you got that?
So go above that sentence you were reading that says the presentation of both the field.
Yeah?
See right above there, it says see document. What document?
I just hope that everyone will be able to work together and get in the wall repaired. Yeah, there was no document.
Was there a
Well,
handout?
there was the handout that they gave out for the presentation.
But that's up above is document 1. Was it document 1 again?
Maybe, I don't know.
All part of the same handout?
Yeah, there was only one handout.
I just leave it right off because
I take it right out.
what it says is Gray advises that the trustees, we were talking about what their position was, and says Gray advises that the trustees will be meeting soon to further discuss the retention wall. It is hoped that everyone will be able to work together in getting the wall repaired. I think that's sufficient, Paulette, if you do.
I'm fine.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that the minutes of January 15th, 2014 be approved as amended with the standard note, and that note on the very bottom is microscopic on my copy. I don't know if you see it.
It's itty bitty.
So that would be nice to make it a little larger.
Okay.
That's the motion.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? One abstention. All right. That gets us up to date. Now we're reaching way back into the archives. For April 8th, 2013. What is it we need to do here, madam?
To amend the minutes that were accepted previously to say that the apartment being discussed was an apartment in the Ashfield house, and that there had been discussions with Katrina at previous meetings.
The open meeting law determination is what's telling us they want included, correct? However, there's a bit more. If we're going to fix those April 8th meeting minutes, I went back and dug through all my emails and found that Kachina had submitted to the select board 3 sets of documents, not 1. So I prepared 5 copies of each so that we update those minutes to reflect all 3 that she sent us, because we asked her to send us everything ahead of time. So I have those for us as well.
So where are we going to insert this?
See, it's already in here. It's I'll just start with Katrina was present to have a discussion with the board regarding her concerns with the ongoing issues in the Ashfield house, which she had discussed with previous select boards as described within their letter. And it goes on from there.
not part of the document?
And I think it is.
It wasn't originally.
Right, it came back and was amended to include it.
We amended it to include one, but there were three.
But we're only referring to the one letter in these minutes.
That's all we amended. We amended it in June for the one.
But it says, which she discussed with previous select boards, described within her letter.
And we're just seeing that we don't see it in here, but I know it was there, but I wonder if we pulled an older version to make it. Because there've been a number of versions of this set of minutes going back. So it was definitely.
So she submitted a letter, and we did not include it. That was the problem. If you look at document 3, it says letter from Governor Deval Patrick. So in June, we went back and amended these minutes to change that document 3 to document something else. So somehow we don't
When
have
these got
corrected
printed
minutes.
out, something happened because we had both looked at the ones that were amended the second time we included it had there. So
I don't have one either.
give Lynn a chance to.
So that document 3 would have become document something else, and it would have been added to the end of the document list on the amended minutes, which we don't have to front of us.
Well, I'm trying to understand why you want to put a library of letters when the minutes only refer to one letter.
Because we were wrong again. And we didn't have the specificity that she sent us 3 documents. Per our request, we asked her to send us everything before. So I went back to that date, given the open meeting law determination, and looked at this and realized this says we did 1, but in fact she had sent us 3. So we have 2 that are still in error because we did not properly identify everything she sent to us for that meeting. So I'm trying to make sure we get everything into this and get this fixed. So I brought them. I
Right.
printed them out and brought them.
Paul, the thing I remember, and I guess I have to go back and listen, and I did not listen to the tape, is that I can remember talking to Kachina about this and saying, if you really want to get this stuff documented, you need to give us a letter. And that was the letter, and she did, she documented it. And that was the letter that got added. I don't recall asking for previous documentation. I don't recall agreeing to asking for it either. So I guess I'd have to hold on this until I can review that.
That's fine. I just don't know how many times we want to be slapped by the AG. Because
Well, we're moving in the
don't-
right direction. I mean,
No, look at this, June 3rd. I mean, I'm really glad they have cited us because I'm looking at the minutes and I even pointed out to you that we agreed that we had minutes, but after listening to the recording feels that the summary of discussion with Kachina Union is not accurate. That is not exactly, it was amended to be more than that, and that's not there. That it's not correct and does not have enough specifics about the lengthy discussion and our response. And we're being cited because we don't have enough specificity and we don't have the detail in here. And you two have, at different occasions, always disagreed with me, and I've even voted against minutes because I said we don't have specifics. So this time, I want to make sure we get into this.
They do specify in this letter that we commend the board for including in the list of documents June 3rd. What I'm thinking is when we went to print the ones for the meeting, I pulled the other one, but Lynn's going to do that now. And the wording they suggested was missing was identifying that the apartment being discussed is in the Ashfield house.
Well, there's a lot more in there. It says that it contained a summary with sufficient detail and accuracy so as a member of the public who did not attend the meeting could read the minutes and understand what occurred. Failing to approve certain meeting minutes in a timely fashion. So she
Well,
sent
the way
us,
I recall this shaking out, unless I'm way off base, is that Kachina came in, had a hard time at an earlier date, had a hard time explaining the position. And I believe I suggested that she go back and she could write a letter with her concerns and so forth, and that is the letter that we discussed at this date. Because this is back in April of 13, and I had been on the board 2 months at that point. And so I was trying to get up to speed on the concerns and what was going on, and I needed some clarification. So we made another appointment in that letter. That particular letter came in, and that's what, that was all the grounds I had to work on.
but she sent us 3, and our failure to bring to our meeting all 3 pieces of documentation, letter, and these other 2 things she sent us that she wanted us to know about before the meeting, because we said, send it to us before the meeting. We didn't include. And all I'm saying is, this time, we should include everything, all 3 pieces she sent us. List them as documents, because we made a mistake, and they should have been there, and it was an oversight. So I went back and looked, just because.
Well, since we've discussed them, let's look at them and see what they are.
All I did is print them out the way they came.
And
This, I believe, is the letter with her email.
If I can just clarify for a moment, that was my confusion. We were looking for the letter to show on this document. It doesn't. It shows on the June 3rd meeting.
But it was supposed to be, the April 8th was supposed to be amended to reflect the document. Putting it on June 3rd doesn't do any good when what you're trying to
No,
amend is April 8th.
the original amendment was on June 3rd.
It was on June 3rd to amend
To
the
the-
minutes of April 8th, so April 8th is not amended to reflect that decision. So anyway, so that's that part.
It says, and include, we commend the board for acknowledging its mistake and including it in the revised minutes. No, sorry.
So here's, pass one if you would down to Ron. That was another one she sent, all on the same day. They came bang, boom, boom, right in a row. Here you go. I got copies for you guys. And you want to, so I am 100%, no feet in the air, 100% on the ground. These should all be included because she sent them to us and that's what we asked her to do. We just excluded them on April 8th. So here's a set for you guys. This is what everything is. So that was her email with her letter. That was the other email that she sent us, and the third one. 1, 2, 3. So we got third and three. Mary, do I-
So
Sorry.
I distinctly remember the first one. It could
Can you give
definitely
me
be
a
mine,
date?
but this April 5th, 2013, at 6:39 in the morning, that is actually, it looks to me like it's a forward of one from Doug Field back in October of 12.
She wanted us to have that, yeah. If followed this
Let me
one.
finish what I'm saying, please, is that it may be my fault, but I never recalled receiving that. I can look back at my files and see, these need to be passed out.
So those were the three.
Yeah, they were bing bang boom, one at 6:43 and one at 6:39. One at 6:35. Ron, what do you think?
What I think is, I would like to review this. I don't have an issue taking these documents as mail, but I can't recall, this was a long time ago. I think that I'd like to review the agenda, and the agenda addresses Kachina coming before the board with a letter, and I think that letter should be mentioned as part of the document list. That ties directly to the agenda. Anything before that, or that wasn't part of that agenda item, I'll gladly receive as mail. Put it in the folder with it, but it shouldn't be on the document list necessarily.
I disagree, Ron. We asked her to send us whatever.
But Paulette, you've had the chance to listen to the tape, and I have not again, a second time.
No, all I'm saying is I went back and looked at my emails, and these things came to us, and we took one, but she sent us 3 things, and we asked her to send us everything ahead of time. So I'm just saying we missed 2 that we should
I
have
don't
had.
recall
not
that one
just-
fact that you're talking about.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think that's a reason to go back and listen to it, because
Well, you
I don't recall asking for everything. What I was looking for was one concise letter,
That's right.
one letter, so I had something to work off of. Because I was still trying to get up to speed on the issue. So I think we just need to go back and review it. I mean, if we get throwing too many things in, you know, it could, I mean, we get all kinds of mail. And if we have to attach all the emails and all the literature every week that we get to the document list, Webster's dictionary would be shorter.
You're exaggerating. I'm saying that we asked her to send us everything. Yes, you said a letter, but she sent us 3 things, and I think in fairness to Kachina, given she had to file an open meeting law complaint against us to get the January meeting minutes up to snuff, because we left her off entirely, and even town council wrote that for us, it's high time to include what she sent us and get this on the record. She's been very patient with us, continually leaving her off minutes.
I would agree with you if we asked her to do that. I just want to verify that we asked
It's
her.
okay, but you won't find it on April 8th.
No, just listen to the tape.
It won't be in April 8th. We asked her at an earlier meeting to
It
send
was.
it ahead of time.
It was about 3 weeks before that.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
It's in there, it's about 3 weeks before April 8th that we asked for the information.
Correct.
Now, the way I recall it, we'll just have to go back and review those. That's why we make sure we record so many of these.
And it was
Is to go back and just to review the meeting where we met with Kachina and asked her to go back to submit a letter so we could.
And that was during the public comment period, I believe, that she came 3 weeks before.
No, it wasn't. That she was on the agenda that night and we made time and we were having difficulty.
Well, no, it was more so because of what you said, you were new. I have not had difficulty with it. It was because you were new and you weren't that required, so I just wanted that. I didn't have trouble with it.
So
But she came in
You were
November.
new, it was something that had been left over from January and that, so. And I didn't just
There
send
was
emails or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that at all. But I think that if we're going to amend the minutes, because I don't remember seeing these others at all. And when we met with you, we were referring to the letter that you had sent us according to the request. I'm sorry?
That letter never even got discussed either, so I just, maybe that's why. I don't know.
But we have another problem because our June 3rd minutes reflect that April 8th was supposed to be a amended, and what we're looking at is not amended, and by now we should be seeing an amended copy of the minutes. Am I making sense to you? In June, we went back to fix this document problem, and it says we are amending these minutes, but there's no amendment here. So,
But we plan to amend it, right? I don't.
no, but I'm just saying, what we said we were doing in June never happened. Nobody amended it, so we've got to be careful and get that part of the stuff
Yeah, and that,
as well, which,
that's my fault. When I got this and when I looked at it, I saw something with the letter on it. I'm just trying to see if it's the one on the website, but it is not. So let me take a look.
I am very concerned about our minutes. I've been concerned for a long time, you know that. Going hand in hand with this, so to speak, this says March 4th, 2013. March 4th, 2013, almost a year ago. And it says, minutes of 8/23, or they should have been 22. 8/22/2012, no draft. It's a year. We still don't have a draft.
If I may, I've been talking to Hannah about that. That is the,
That's
I went back and looked, and during that period, we had 3 different people doing the minutes. Priscilla Phelps did some, I did some, Lynn did some. Minutes were very backed up because they would come to the meetings over and over again and be held over. There were lots of variations of each set of minutes, and I talked to Hannah about it, and I said, those are the ones I cannot
It's been
find.
a year. There are others. I will bring a list. We're missing
I was-
minutes from 2011.
Well, that's exactly right. And at some point, you got a Fisher cut bait. And I wasn't going to continuously go in the agenda to set up and say we're going to keep going back. The minutes that were available in draft form from 12, we caught up with. We worked very hard a year ago to try to get caught up in backwards motion from what the previous board had just refused to take care of and address in any type of rational manner. But at some point, we had to move ahead. We actually had to have a budget for this fiscal year. We had to get moving through all of that. And at some point, you just don't go back any further.
Well, I think some of them we need to, but anyway, I think we need minutes for these. There's no reason not to. We knew a year ago we didn't have them.
They're not available.
Look, there's
Nobody
audios.
I-
There's audios. They
I'm
can
sorry, I
be-
haven't had a chance. I've been working on other things. I'm planning to contact Priscilla Phelps and see if she has a draft. I'm trying to do due diligence and go through the folders and see if I can pick up a trail of where there was a draft, what meeting it came to, and what happened afterwards.
Let me help. I honestly believe there never was a draft. That's why it was cited here. So, I'm looking for, this is the meeting minutes of March 4, 2013. It clearly states we have no
I don't know
draft.
what you're holding up.
Meeting minutes from March, select board meeting minutes, March 4. I don't want you wasting time looking for something that we knew did not exist.
I don't know that it didn't exist. As I say, I haven't been able to check. Priscilla was doing a lot of minutes before and after that. I went to check and see. There may have been a draft. A lot of minutes went back over and over again for changes. And so I will see if I can find them.
Well, there's another possibility if we want, we've got the audio, just
And
do
we
it
would
from
do it
scratch.
from the audio.
Instead of wasting a lot of time looking, because that's valuable time.
Well, I thought I'd look though to see if there was a trail of amendments, comments.
Anyway.
I have also listened again to the.
Well, I think it's a good time to make a decision because somebody needs to make one now that you brought it up on these August of 12. I'm not going to put it on the agenda myself because I can't begin to tell you how disinterested I am. It is water so far over the bridge.
I think
And we could spend a lot of time generating information, going back in the archives, and chances are there wasn't one meaningful decision made if we go back into that time period.
That may not be true.
Well,
Just because you say it doesn't mean it's so, and I think we do. I don't think the AG wants to hear us say that just because we failed to make a set of minutes, we're not interested in doing them.
well, that board certainly failed. That board
Agreed.
absolutely certainly
I don't
failed.
disagree. We failed to get minutes done. Yes, we did.
So, but if you guys want to revisit that, I believe we have to put this business of this April 8th, so I can get more up to speed, review the audio. Ron's already said that we'll have to put this off and we'll schedule, gosh, I hope we don't have to schedule an entire hour to put this to bed. But I don't believe that you talk about, I mean, we were talking about a precedent earlier as far as the steeple, but if you have a precedent of just starting to attach all the information that may just drop into our inbox, even though we don't discuss it in the minutes, that becomes huge and tremendously unmanageable.
Well, you keep saying it that way, but the fault that the documents didn't come to the meeting to be discussed is ours. It's not that she did something that we should ignore. We didn't bring it to the minutes of the meeting, and that's our fault. There were 3. We failed. She sent us everything. She sent us everything she wanted us to have.
But we're gonna deal with that next meeting. It's gonna get on the agenda. And we'll do the right thing. We'll listen, let us all come equipped and prepared and do the right thing. As far as previous minutes, Paula, you can go back to terms before me, and I can see 6 months of no minutes. I'm not disagreeing with you. And if we have extra time in this board, let's go back and do it. But I don't see the extra time. We are so piled up with stuff right now. I'm all in favor of going back, but I don't want to go start meeting twice a week, 3 times a week, or anything else. And how do I get minutes from a group of select people before me? So I'm more interested in staying on track. If we get extra time, let's see what we can do with the agenda and go back in and look at that stuff. I just don't see it on the near horizon.
I just can't believe on March, literally, I mean, almost, essentially, March 1st of 2014, that all of a sudden the highest priority, when we're trying to put a budget together, is that our highest priority is minutes, especially minutes that have dust on them. And not just a little.
It seems to be making you excited. I agree, and
No.
it should make all of us excited that it did get, and the fault lies with the board. I don't disagree, because we didn't insist we have them get
The
those
only
done
thing that
first.
makes me excited about the minutes, I mean, if people want to come and bicker about old ancient minutes and that did or did not exist, go for it. I can roll back. I wasn't a part of it. We have done very well to keep up with our minutes over the last year and a half, or the last year, and we caught up with 6 months before that.
Certainly done better.
That we've done much better.
And we're
But-
getting better with putting in some
But with all the
specificity.
work there is in front of us, I cannot believe at this point that that's our highest priority. Yes, do these minutes of April need to be amended and corrected? Yes. But I don't think there needs to be addition beyond what any of us think was actually discussed, and certainly nothing more than what was decided. Okay? I mean, it sounds like something crazy to come out of Washington, that somebody comes in and they want to put encyclopedia, the newest version of Encyclopedia Britannica into the congressional minutes or some crazy thing. Doing a filibuster.
You're exaggerating my point.
No,
Yes, you
I'm
are.
making a very good point.
No, you're just arguing with me that you don't want to put them in.
I'm not. I told you that I'm going to review it, but I don't believe we discussed those. I do not believe that those were part of our discussion at that meeting.
We just want a chance to become informed, Paula.
I know, listen to me, we're both right. You're right that we didn't discuss them. My point is, we told her to send us something, and we, because she didn't come with paper in hand and plunk them in front of us, we failed to bring 2 of the 3 forward to the meeting to say, Kachina, we have everything you sent us. That's my point.
This will be the first thing on the agenda, our next select board meeting. The very first thing at 7.
Okay.
All right?
I'm happy.
Can we move on?
Okay, good.
I'm getting tired.
All right, special town meeting, that's coming up. That's the same day as our next select board meeting.
And I also remember next select board meeting is, you just said special town meeting, sorry. I was writing the first thing on the agenda and realizing that would be whenever the special town meeting ends, included.
Are we on that subject now?
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
On some of the stuff, well, we haven't gone down and talked about who's doing what yet, right?
Right, that's
But-
one of the things, sorry.
I'm
want to
aware
throw
that
into
we're probably going to do that this time. But some of the stuff that I might end up with relative to either the easements or the boundary line agreement, it would be possible to do a PowerPoint presentation. It would probably be more visible to the audience than doing it some other way. And I'm just wondering how you guys feel about that.
I would think that would be great.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can take those plans and color them up, and we have a new thing, right? A new screen.
Yep.
And my only issue is that I'll be set up with a screen over there, and that way we'll project. It's a little different than what we normally do. But okay,
As long as the blower doesn't come up and blow the screen over.
it won't.
Ron, is there anything in the
But
PowerPoint that from Time Bond that you can cut and paste some of those pictures out? Is that what you were thinking of?
No, I was thinking more, because I didn't want to tie up the special town meeting. I was thinking more, maybe the Sherry Scott draft drawing
Yeah.
to show that in a big form so that people could see it. The other one would be the two things to talk about, the Decker and the Nolan easements only. And because we're looking for permission to engage them and secure the mowing and landscape easement 20 feet in width along the notable portions. So what I was going to do is pull up a drawing, a PDF of that, and put onto it a green strip so that it's just hard to get in your mind what we're talking about. And that was it, because it wasn't going to be the field yet
Okay.
in the STM. I don't think, unless we put it in there, but I think it's too late for that.
Oh, you're right, it's just
Yes.
the easements
Right,
for the
right.
data. I take that back, thank you.
I mean, this is really very straightforward. I mean, Nancy or someone from the sewer commission is going to take care of Articles 1 and 2.
Yep,
Okay.
so I can just do that.
Okay?
Well, if someone comes, they'll see if they will, but if not, would one of you be prepared to jump in?
I'd be more than happy to do it, but I can't believe that they won't be.
Okay.
Okay? Article 3, Dell will be here to, Paulette, would you want to make that motion?
I would be delighted to.
For which one? Article?
Article 3, which is the 2,200 from vocational school expenses to the fire department.
I guess I'm missing that. Oh, it's on the back. Yeah.
I'd be glad to take Article 4.
Okay.
That's pretty straightforward. Article 5, that's the speed trailer.
I can take
Moving,
that.
actually moving it from the speed trailer to the appeals.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna leave the big one for me, the $72,600.
Might as well.
Now, Ron, were you here when we decided what that number was?
No,
No, he wasn't.
It was very scientific.
I'm sure.
the idea is actually that meeting that we should meet a half hour probably before
And see where the money is.
and decide where we are. The idea is that you know that we're, at this point, we're like $12,000 overdrawn.
Right, I didn't.
Okay,
I didn't.
yeah. So, right, we're about $12,000 overdrawn in winter roads.
Okay.
So, of course, we're overdrawing every day. So, that day of the special town meeting will also be a warrant, and we'll have more up-to-date information on how overdrawn we are, and we just need to make a decision. The 72,600 is just the difference between the amount of free cash we have now and 250,000.
And the day.
And we figured that was a big number, so if we decide that we only need, our best scientific wild ass guess is that we're only gonna need 45,000, we can just agree to change that.
That's the number I was remembering, but then I noticed when I did the warrant this week, as opposed to winter roads being like 3,500, it was 5,000 something.
Yeah.
So I said, ooh, that's getting bigger quickly, and just a few more of those little storms and.
Well, what's really gonna hit is if we get a tremendous ice storm would be, because the sand and the salt.
And we can change that number.
We'll be able to, the only
You can
thing,
change it in the evening as you make the motion.
So do we want to get together earlier?
6:30?
I really think we should meet it. Our select board, we should have a select board meeting at 6:30. Is that, everybody in agreement on that? The-
Is 6:15 too early for you guys? That looks thank you. It just, a couple minutes will go by quickly.
Let me see where I am that day. Where I plan to be.
Because we're going to do a meeting after that. So this is just to, then we.
Oh, I'm gonna be right now. I would think 6:30 would be fine.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have to chew my food, but I like the chance to swallow. All right. So that's how we came up with that.
Okay.
Hopefully, we won't even approach 72,600.
That'd be nice.
Okay, so I'll take that.
Right. So it is minus,
What's that?
it is very nice, so.
Yeah. I didn't even look at the expense report this time. I was afraid I'd be.
It's minus 31,000. But that is a line that we are allowed to deficit spend, so.
How much is it? 30.
Minus 31,000.
Minus 31 at this point.
A lot of overtime. And then the rest, Ron, if you want to sign up for those.
Well, what about 7? Third cross.
Yeah, I'd be glad to take that too.
And then I'll take 8,
8, 9.
8, 9, and 10. Yeah, was it 8, 9? Just 8, 9. Oh, no, 10.
8, 9.
Yeah.
The tree bill 2, Nolan and Scott has quite different articles.
Yep.
Which is fun. And I'll do that.
Oh, I think that PowerPoint presentation would be great.
Now, you know that it's both the 20-foot easement here and nailing down the access easement to the dry hydrant.
Correct.
So, good.
Okay. That's great. Got that all down?
Yeah, I'm just revisiting in my mind, number 7, that 4,200 for the town hall fire station account. Is that related to something that the building committee was doing and they were short money, so we had to put money back in that account? Oh, it was for the painting. Painting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have one copy of this Franklin County Fire Service.
There's only one copy.
Paulette, have you seen it yet?
No, do
Take that.
you want me to take it home?
Yeah, you were.
Need me
you-
to
you
review it
were-
now?
No, you worked with.
Have you guys both seen
I've
it?
read it.
He's
read it?
Ron's read it, so. if you
Okay.
want- And it's not 9:55.
Do we need to sign off on anything here?
No,
It's
This is just a report?
it's just a report.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Regional FERCog report.
Oh, okay.
Interesting reading. Huh?
Thank you.
All right. Got in my folder, the next thing that comes up is a letter from the town of Plainfield. You guys have that?
Yes, I do. I do.
Ashfield and Plainfield, I mean, that's kind of a natural thing that we play together. We just don't know how many energy grants and programs we can stand.
Is there any reason it couldn't be the four? Ashfield, Plainfield, Buckland, and Conway, instead of just three? Might have a better chance of getting 1,000 residential structures.
Reductions in the cost per watt of electricity could be reduced from $3.69 to $3.44.
Could you remind me who's our energy committee?
Brian, Mary.
No, they're the green communities.
No, that's,
No, we haven't. I don't think we have an energy.
we don't have energy.
But they say down here, because both Ashfield and Plainfield
I
have,
think they mean the green community.
but there is such a thing as an energy committee too. I know a little bit about this Solarized Massachusetts program. And I know that there are committees set up called energy committees.
Well, when I read it, I just took it to mean the Green Communities Committee, but I don't know.
Well, it might qualify.
To my knowledge, there's not something called an energy committee in Ashfield. Where they asked for an energy committee on the energy grant application, I identified the Green Communities Committee
Oh, they do?
as serving that purpose.
Okay. Are you familiar with this?
Oh, no. Is that something about the Solarize?
Solarized Mass?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the program, yeah. We looked at it briefly for Ashfield, but we just didn't have the bandwidth to consider doing it.
For you guys on the board, what they're trying to do is leverage a lot of people with contractors, so that if you have a big group of people, you can get discounts in putting solar panels up. That way, people don't have to individually work with individual contractors. These are all like...
So the contractor can more or less go down the street and just get...
Man. But in my initial review of it, I didn't see huge savings. I mean, it's like 1/10 of 1% or some... and don't quote me on that number, but there is a difference.
They get the contractors to bid, I don't remember all the details. It's potential for 10 or 20% reduction in cost. If you get a significant number of people in the town to go in on it, you get one contractor, they save money on having to recruit the people because you got volunteers in town doing the recruiting.
Okay.
And they get some volume benefits from having a bunch of them all at the same time and so on. There's some significant savings, but what it comes down to is some people in town spending a lot of time organizing and doing it, volunteers. You got to have a kind of a champion in town who's identified as the champion who's driving the thing.
You need a retired Electrolux salesman.
Yeah, the state ponies up a little bit of money for publicity and training, but not much.
But then are the individual homeowners still available for whatever programs may be available for them?
Yeah, with the renewable energy credits and all that.
Yeah, that stuff still all applies.
Yeah.
Because that's really where the savings would come from, still.
Well, you get some reduction in the cost of installing this, the total cost of installing the system from the volume and doing some of the upfront work, some of the marketing kind of work for the installers. From what I saw, from what other towns have realized, there's some significant savings in it, but it involves a significant amount of work by people in town to organize it and do it. Now, it looked like an interesting thing to do, but it was, as far as I could figure it out, it was going to be the green community doing it, and we didn't have any extra time. So we thought, well, maybe when we get
Is
done.
that a task, if we did that, do you think that would be a task that would relate to this energy manager grant that we just did?
Potentially that could be something that the energy manager headed up doing, yeah. It looked like a good thing to do. I thought, well, once we get done spending our grant money, maybe that's something we would try to do.
The thought that comes to my mind, if we didn't have a manager, could a task like that be completed in a rather short period of time by a college kid doing an internship to work with a couple of towns to try to promote that and pull it together?
I think it's going to be at least a 6 month, if not long, 6 or 9 month kind of
So that
activity.
wouldn't work.
Yeah.
The Yankees are to make decisions. Paulette, what's your feeling on it?
Well, I've answered my own question, because I read it back again, and it says up to 3 contiguous towns. I was thinking the 4 joined together would have been nice, but...
Yeah, actually, I think somebody
Yes.
from Goshen, I think, approached us last year about if we wanted to partner up with them on doing this, and we declined.
Say that again, Brad?
Somebody from Goshen, I think, approached us maybe last spring about partnering up with Goshen on applying for the program. And we looked at it briefly and decided we just didn't have any time to spend on it. We've been having a hard time doing the green community work as it is.
Sure. I mean, that's why we just put in this grant, so. I personally think we should maybe take it under consideration, but I really feel after we take it under consideration, my feeling right now would be that we've just got too many things. I mean, I don't see where you're going to find volunteers to kick in on this.
How about responding to Plainfield saying, thank you, and we're in the process of looking into an energy manager. I wasn't at that meeting, so, and that if we're successful along those lines, we'd be glad to entertain this notion or something like that. I don't know. I mean, it'd be nice to respond to it, right?
Yeah, I think that they certainly deserve some.
Obviously, Plainfield's looking for a couple of towns that are bigger, so that you have some hope of reaching the 1,000
Right.
kind of mark. And I'm wondering, they're a small town too, Is it possible if you're making this consortium of 3 that one could take the lead, which means we wouldn't have to participate that much? If they were the point, instead of all 3 participating equally, if they could take the point on this
Maybe.
and run with it and then share with the other 2 towns that join in, then you wouldn't have to worry so much about the work of doing it. And what's nice is it's supposed to help the residents. That other solar that we signed for was only to get the town reduced cost.
Right, and I think the other thing is to ask for a definition if, as they refer to our energy committee, you know, is our green.
Why don't I get you to call and ask some more questions, we look back with more information, their timeline, question about
I mean, I think Paulette's idea is the only way that, at this point, if we need to proceed on it with any haste, the only way we do it is if somebody else had people that were involved.
Right. So the coach would come from Plainfield, maybe, and we would participate as a contiguous town.
Correct. Which would help them, and they must have
For
people
the
who are
house
interested, or they wouldn't be writing to us as my guest.
It's a good idea. Let's get so okay. Energy and stuff. I mean, it really is. It
Helps the
brings people together.
I think at my house, they probably have golf balls up to them. And your house? I think the woods would help.
Maybe not much.
Although Ron's got a bit. Yeah. So what, let's have the discussion directly before we put something in print. How's that? Do you think if that scenario went, Paulette, Ron, if they were the lead community, I mean, if they had volunteers in Plainfield to do it that were interested in Plainfield, would they be looking for some financial help to get a person involved to come to Ashfield? I mean, and would we have any interest in financing something like that, or proposing to finance?
I think if they supply the coach, then they get the program receipts, the $2,500 in the marketing materials and such, and then we just have a base at that point of 1,000 homes, right? And then we go in there. And I think it's the same concept, but
I
it needs to be towns
I
together.
can't believe in Ashfield that there wouldn't be, if it was available, that there wouldn't be interest.
But it says each town participating would receive $2,500. So if we took our $2,500
Yeah, 25.
and we could pay their coach, then it's nothing directly out of our pocket,
Yes.
and nothing in terms of community people having to participate.
I just can't believe that $2,500 would do a lot if you were trying to compensate somebody to pull it together. I don't believe $2,500 would cover.
Unless it's changed since I looked at it, that money was for educational materials. The marketing wasn't to pay anybody.
It was,
I don't remember there being any.
Publicizing it.
Yeah, it's for publicity. There's no salary, no.
in other words,
No personnel
here's
for-
our box of pre-printed supplies, and it costs you $2,500, which we're giving you.
No, I
And
think
take it all at the same
Find
time.
someone-
Huh?
I think they'll pay for gas and some expenses. I don't know. We'll find out. So you'll communicate with them, Mary?
Yep.
I got energy manager grant. Is there anything more that needs to be done to this? This has all been sent in. This is just my folder.
Oh, no, it's just something that came in saying that the report that the Green Committee did has been accepted.
Well, that's the annual report. That's not the energy.
This says grant application on it, is what I have.
Right, but I think it's just referring to the,
Oh, I haven't seen that.
no, I think you were CC'd on it. I think it's just referring to the annual report.
I got this
Oh,
thing
okay.
from Barry saying it's been approved.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Good work.
That's true. Green Communities annual report. It's nothing to do with the energy manager.
Yes, Jim Barry.
That's a pretty big effort to submit that, isn't it?
Took quite a bit of time, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that.
You got these Attorney General documents here? Ready. I just skipped down to Town of Plainfield because it was on the top of my stack.
Since a couple months ago, we office papers with office
Okay.
work.
Already mentioned some of this, I guess. Oh, dated February 10th from the Office of the Attorney General. It's addressed to Donna and as Ashfield's Town Council. It says, Dear Attorney McNichol, this office received complaints from Suzanne Corbett and Deborah Nicholson dated July 8th and July 15th respectively. These are both in 2013. Alleging the Ashfield Select Board violated the open meeting law. Ms. Corbett's complaint was originally filed with the board on May 14th, and Ms. Nicholson's complaint was originally filed with the board on May 15th. You and Chair Tom Carter jointly responded on behalf of the board to the complaints by letters dated June 5th, 2013. Both complaints allege that during its April 17th meeting, the board approved inaccurate minutes from its April 8th meeting. Additionally, Ms. Corbett alleges that as of the filing of her complaint on May 4th, the board had not drafted and timely approved minutes from the following meetings: July 25th of 12, August 23rd of 12, January 16th of 13, March 18th of 13, and April 17th of 13, and had not included a list of documents used during the meetings in the minutes from its December 19th of 12 and January 2nd, 13 meetings. There is a footnote that says because the December 19th, 2012 meeting minutes were approved on January 9th, any complaint regarding the sufficiency of those minutes must have been filed by February 8th. We therefore find this allegation untimely and decline to review it. We reviewed the May 14th and May 15th complaints, your June 5th response on behalf of the board, and the July 8th and July 15th request for further review filed with our office. We also reviewed the notice, minutes, and recordings from the April 8th board meeting, as well as the minutes from January 2nd and June 3rd board meetings. Our review, we find that the board violated the open meeting law by failing to include sufficient detail in its meeting minutes, by failing to approve minutes in a timely manner. So the insufficiency is the approval of the minutes. And it goes through the facts of what they found. The discussion says the open meeting law requires that a public body create and maintain accurate minutes of all meetings, including executive sessions, setting forth the date, time, place, members present, absent, a summary of the discussions of each subject, a list of documents and other exhibits used at the meeting, the decision made and the actions taken at each meeting, including the record of all votes. While the minutes must include a summary of the discussions on each subject, a transcript is not required. Summary of the discussions on each subject, a transcript is not required. Open Meeting Law 2013-105, minutes should contain enough detail and accuracy so a member of the public who did not attend the meeting could read the minutes and have a clear understanding of what occurred. We find that the minutes from April 8th meeting, as amended on June 3rd, were were not sufficient for purpose of the open meeting law. The minutes include a short summary of the discussion regarding Kachina Urian's concern, as she outlined for the board in the letter that the board identified as document 3 and properly listed as a document used at the meeting. Footnote is, we commend the board for acknowledging its mistake after initially omitting this email from the list of documents used at the meeting and including it in the revived minutes approved on June 3rd. However, the minutes do not identify the subject of Ms. Urian's concerns, namely the Ashfield House. A member of the public would not, this footnote is, a member of the public would not be able to discern the issue only if she had attended previous board meetings where Ms. Urian participated and/or only after reading Ms. Urian's letter to the board. Without identifying the subject of her concern in the minutes, a member of the public who did not attend the meeting might deduce that her concerns related to a private apartment rather than a public housing development that is the subject to certain standards. Additionally, the minutes do not reflect the fact that Ms. Urian had raised certain issues with the board during previous meetings. Accordingly, we ordered the board to draft and approve revised minutes for April 8th meeting that contain a summary of the discussion with sufficient detail and accuracy so that a member of the public who did not attend the meeting could read the minutes and have a clear understanding of what occurred. Additionally, apart from the April 8th and April 17th meeting minutes, which were approved in a timely manner, we find the board violated the open meeting law by failing to approve certain other minutes in a timely manner. Additionally, apart from the April 8th and April 17th meeting minutes, which were approved in a timely manner, we find the board violated the open meeting law by failing to approve certain other meeting minutes in a timely manner. Ms. Corbett's complaint identified 4 additional sets of minutes that were not approved by the board as of the date these complaints were filed. July 25th of 12, August 22nd of 12, January 16th of 13, and March 18th of 13. While the board acted appropriately by approving 3 of these sets of minutes, as well as its January 2nd, 2013 minutes following its receipt of the complaints, this does not excuse the fact that these open session meeting minutes were not approved until months, and in one case, almost a year after the meetings they recorded. After the meetings they record. The law requires that minutes of all open sessions shall be created and approved in a timely manner. As we explained to the board in a prior determination, the open meeting law does not define timely manner. However, we recommend that minutes be approved at the next meeting whenever possible. We found that the board violated the open meeting law by failing to draft meeting minutes in a timely manner, but failed to approve its July 25th, 12, January 2nd, 13, January 16th, 13, and March 18th, 13 meeting minutes in a timely manner. It is unclear whether the board failed to create or simply failed to approve and properly retain its August 22nd minutes, as those minutes could not be located. We therefore do not find that the board intentionally violated the law. However, we note our concerns about the board's repeated lack of attention to this requirement of the law. Finally, the board also did not timely approve the January 2nd meeting minutes. We find that those minutes did not include a list of all documents and exhibits used by the board during the meeting. The board therefore did not violate the open meeting law in this regard. We find that those minutes did include a list of all documents and exhibits. I said did not, but these minutes did include a list of all documents and exhibits used by the board. The board therefore did not violate the open meeting law in this regard. Conclusions. For reasons stated above, we find that the board violated the open meeting law by failing to include sufficient detail in its meeting minutes and by failing to approve meeting minutes in a timely manner. We order immediate and future compliance with the open meeting law and caution that future similar conduct may be considered evidence of intent to violate. Additionally, we order the board to draft and approve the revised minutes of its April 8, 13 meeting and create and approve minutes of its August 22nd meeting, if it has not already done so. Compliance with both aspects of this order must occur within 30 days of the date of this letter. We now consider the complaints addressed by this determination to be resolved. This determination does not address any other complaints which may be pending with our office or board. Hannah Rush, Assistant Attorney General. So they're ordering us to draft and approve revised minutes. So it almost sounds like, to me, it's best that we rebuild. Start from the bottom and build it right up and do it right and make sure what needs to be included and what actually happened was there. That's what I would do. But that is the February 10th, 2014. Oh, February 18th. A little different letter. That's the original. From the Office of the Attorney General. This is addressed directly to me. Please find enclosed a determination letter resolving an open meeting law complaint against the Select Board. Filed with our office by Suzanne Corbett on January 24th of 14. Dear Mr. Carter, this office received a complaint from Suzanne Corbett dated January 24th, 2014, alleging that the Ashfield Select Board, the board, violated the open meeting law. The complaint was originally filed with the board on or about December 1st, and the board responded to the original complaint by letter dated January 13th. On December 10th, our office granted the board an extension of time to respond until January 13th. In her complaint, Ms. Corbett alleges that the minutes from the board's meeting held on September 23rd of 13, September 30th of 13, and October 7th of 13, and November 18th of 13 are inaccurate. 4 sets of minutes. Additionally, Ms. Corbett alleges that the October 7th meeting minutes failed to list a particular document used at that meeting. The open meeting law states that prior to the filing of a complaint with the Attorney General, the complainant shall file a written complaint to the public body, setting forth the circumstances which constitute the alleged violation provided. However, that such complaint shall be filed within 30 days of the date of the alleged violation. If the alleged violation could not reasonably have been discovered at the time it occurred, the complaint must be filed with the public body within 30 days of when it reasonably could have been discovered. The September 23rd, 13 meeting minutes were approved on September 30th. The September 30th meeting minutes were approved on October 7th. And the October 7th, 13, and the October 7th, 13 meeting minutes were approved on October 21st. Because the complaint was filed more than 30 days after each of these sets of minutes were approved, we find the allegations concerning these minutes untimely and decline to review them. With respect to the board's November 18th meeting, at the time of this complaint was filed, those minutes had not been approved. Because these minutes remained in draft form at the time of the complaint, we find that the board did not violate the open meeting law because these minutes remained in draft form at the time of the complaint, we find that the board did not violate the open meeting law by creating insufficiently detailed minutes. We now consider this matter closed. Please contact our office if you have any questions. November 18th minutes were approved by the board on December 16th. I'm sorry, the November 18th minutes were approved by the board on December 16th. So certainly what we're doing as far as trying to keep up with the minutes in a timely manner makes a huge difference from the activities that happened in 2012, where they never got around to being approved.
But we still have
Hardly at all.
do the August, is it August 12th? August 12th.
22nd.
2nd of 12.
Where do they sit now, those minutes?
But I've been trying to find them, as I say, there were a number of people doing this that time. But I think we've agreed, we'll just go back to the recording, which I did send to the AGO's office so that they could hear the meeting, in case they had questions about it, but we'll go back to that and start.
So will you be putting,
there's two sets of old minutes.
these April ones and the August
And
ones?
the August ones, and probably the best way to do it is to rebuild them from scratch and include everything that we've.
I've started by trying to follow the trail, but at this point, we'll just.
Now, they're saying you got 1 month
30
to
days.
do this. So are we going to put the August ones on for the same select board meeting that we're doing in the April? Might as well, right? Get both of these things behind us once and for all.
Well, we need to respond to that order in 30 days, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We'll put it on the first thing on the agenda if we can't accomplish anything else.
Get something done.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. Sign the caucus warrant. We need 3 signatures. Or we got 3 copies and we need 3 signatures. So here's I didn't even know there was such a thing as a caucus warrant. That's all right. In the name of the Commonwealth, you are hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of said town who are qualified to vote in elections and town affairs to meet in the town hall in said Ashfield on Tuesday, March 18th at 7 p.m. for the following purpose: to cast their votes in caucus to nominate candidates for the following offices. So let's follow along here. Moderator, tree warden, select board. Okay, the moderator and the tree warden are 1-year terms, select board 3-year term, board of assessors 3-year term. Then we have somebody to fill Peter's resignation. So that's
Right.
another board of assessor to fill that unexpired term. 2 members of the finance committee for 3-year terms. 1 board of health member for a 3-year term. 1 to fill an unexpired term. Park commission has 1 3-year term, and the name of it last week.
That was it.
Emmett, he's not going to do it
He's
again.
not going to do it.
He hadn't done it. It wasn't a long sentence, right? What did he do it, a year
1
and a half?
3-year
Oh,
term.
1 3-year term. It's supposed to be a term, not a sentence. Sewer commission, a 3-year term. And then a sewer commission to fill an unexpired term. I don't remember getting a resignation on that, but was that kind of a draft write-in and then he refused to serve?
Yes.
That's Abatello?
Yeah.
Abatiello. And then a 5-year term for planning board. That's a lot to sign on to. I guess I didn't realize that was a 5-year term.
Do we know whose term it is that's ending?
No. But it's just a regular rotation. It's not like it's-
I didn't know if they might still be interested.
And then the library trustee for a 5-year term. Sounds right to me. I mean,
Looks about right.
So, given on hand is 26th day of February 2014, so that's Tuesday, March 18th. So there's going to be room because I won't be able to be here, so there'll be
On the 18th?
I will be missing in action. Democracy at work. No, that's done. Cross that off. All right. The senior housing bylaw. We have a public hearing scheduled for March 8th.
2 in the afternoon, Saturday.
Have either of you reviewed that?
I'll be attending, but I haven't had a chance to.
I haven't reviewed it.
For Jake, 2 to 4?
Yes. Have you reviewed the bylaw?
I remember reading it once, but I really have to read it again. It was a while ago. It came up somewhere in front of us.
It's really fine print with no pictures.
Oh, there's a picture.
No, there is a picture of it.
Oh. Oh. Is it up on the internet someplace?
No, no, that's, I asked Michael if I could bring it to the select board ahead of time, just.
Do they have something that's done black and white? Do they have a better picture?
No.
Excuse me, it is on the website now, it's under the public hearing, I
Did they-
pulled that up.
Oh, did they put it out? And it's in color?
Oh, thank you.
They put it out, they said it went up on the 14th, but I didn't find it till 2 days ago.
I didn't think it was up yet, thank you.
Oh, so it's tied to the public hearing?
Yes.
Well, there most likely will be a lot of discussion about it. Because zoning bylaws are not necessarily a nice thing to watch in Ashfield, right?
I haven't seen many.
I think we have a better record of shooting them down than we do passing.
I think you're right.
Okay. But the March 8th, that's a Saturday. I hate to take a Saturday. I'm out there.
Now, do we, if the 3 of us are going to be there and only 2 of us, do we need to have Mary convene us a meeting? And
I wouldn't think so, it's just a, it's not even really a public hearing, I think it's a meeting, and to take comments and so forth, of course, about what you go through town meeting. And it may not even, I don't know if they're, when I last asked, they weren't certain it would be this.
I mean, that really doesn't, that dog really doesn't hunt for me. You know, if the 3 of us ended up in a public hearing that another board was putting on, if we weren't discussing it.
Yeah, just
we
don't sit
weren't-
together.
And we weren't making any decisions on it. I mean, I just don't.
as long as we weren't deliberating. I was just asking because if it's something that's going to have a lot of discussion, I'd rather err that we had one than we didn't, that's all.
I don't know where the meeting's gonna go, so it's kinda hard to preconceive it, so I'm just going there for information purposes, might ask a couple questions.
You know, I can't believe that if the 3 of us were there, or 2 of us were there, that there would be anything impeding us from asking questions or voicing opinions.
As long as we didn't come up with answers going back and forth, that's...
Just don't, I hate to think anybody that's on any board would be stripped of, stripped of their rights to participate.
As citizens.
All right, liaison reports.
Yes. I do. You are going to be happy, happy, happy. Or not.
Why, to get personnel,
Yes, I do. And I have handouts for you. So let's see. So I called Donna and we chatted.
good.
I'm going to start with something that was not the purpose of the phone call, but she brought up a for instance which took us down a road that I have confirmed with her 3 times. And it's important because there's a misconception at this board. A strong chief does not have the authority to hire or fire. The chief brings the recommendation to the board and the board appoints. The chief brings the recommendation for reappointment. The chief can always choose not to reappoint somebody, and usually the board doesn't then appoint a person the chief doesn't want. In the case of a firing, it needs to follow the usual employee protocol. We don't just say goodbye. And I think the misconception for us is a couple weeks ago. I think you and I had a short conversation before a meeting ended, and I pointed out we've got a person working in the police department who has not yet been appointed by this board to that position, and that position does not yet have a job description as a title. So we need to get Betty LaSure, who's working in the position, whatever it's called, officially appointed. So that came up as an aside. So what she cited for us, that I have handouts for, is chapter 41, section 97.
Okay. Let's, this discussion we had, if we accept that, I think, I guess there's no reason not to. What you're saying is that we shouldn't have Betty working back to a couple hours every 2 weeks without going through the effort of the personnel board developing a job description and getting that approved and then making that appointment.
Either that, or if there is already a job description, because the chief, acting chief, Diane Wilder, has an idea of what task she wants her to do, then it's clear to me that preparing something for us to work with, because we wouldn't know what it is she wants her to do, we could certainly get that prepared, but I think more importantly, she is functioning and she is working, and we have not appointed her. Was one concern. We do need to develop a job description for that, because it might go on past the May election. We might not have a full-time chief or part-time chief. That whole thing might carry on longer, and she might need to be there for a period of time, so it wasn't like she was going to be there for just 2 months.
So when the board voted, I believe we did it all in one motion, to appoint Diane interim police chief. Wasn't it all one motion that we also had her directed her to hire an assistant to do administrative work?
So we did.
To like a maximum of 6 hours a week,
Correct.
if I remember correctly?
Yes, we did that.
But we didn't appoint Betty by name.
Betty came up before we did that voting, because I remember I asked the question, did the person who's going to do that task need to be a police officer? And she said, no, she'd already talked to Betty. So Betty's name was on the floor, but it was before we did that vote. So Betty was not part of the voting for that. Anyway, it's...
Well, I'm trying to handle this issue. So as we're finding our way to just what duties in particular, I mean, Betty isn't working anywhere near 6 hours a week. She isn't even working much over 6 hours a month. But as that position develops and, you know, it's a work in progress type thing.
Right. But we can start with something. There's nothing to prevent it from being revised. As tasks or clarifying added, but we should
It
start
just
with
seems like a lot of effort for something that is, at this point, so minuscule, that it almost seems like it would be more effort just to not have Betty do it.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's only a job description. I'm sure,
Yeah, but we haven't got the other ones approved yet.
I know, but Diane must have a list of things she's having her do, whatever she's working on. So I would say, get that onto paper. This is the job description as of that date.
I mean,
When you go back to all the job
I'm all for addressing it. I'm just trying to decide if it becomes so much more complicated than what it is. See, I was expecting that she might be spending more time. Did we ever appoint Betty LaSure as firearms clerk?
Yes.
And is there a job description for firearms clerk?
There isn't a job description for firearms clerk, and we appointed her a stipend because she had been doing the work for free.
Right. But
So you make a good point, it would have to be good to catch up with that as well.
But you wouldn't think from your discussion, you probably haven't had a chance to discuss it with the personnel board.
The only thing I did to the personnel board is we met last week, so I gave them the same information I'm giving you.
Yeah.
We did not take it any further, because I said, I need to bring it here, but since we were meeting, I told them what I had that was coming to this board.
So you would feel confident that we could carry on and not have to call Betty tomorrow and tell her to stop working.
I just think at our next meeting, we should make an point to enter.
Correct.
Whatever, and have a draft, even if it says it's a draft or be finalized or something, and a title for what it is she's working as, because she's an employee,
So
which is different than when she was the firearms
who
clerk.
needs to make the draft? Would that be the personnel board?
We could certainly make it, but we need something from
That would be
the
good.
acting chief to know what it is she's assigning her for tasks.
I don't know.
Or she could give us.
Bring me up to speed, please. I'm totally lost because I wasn't here at the meeting when this went on. We authorized Betty LaSure to administratively cover the police department.
Right.
So what you're talking
Well,
about...
we didn't authorize Betty by name. That's the
Oh, we
detail. That's the detail
I thought we
that,
did.
no. That was in the discussion, but it wasn't part of the motion. Remember, we made that motion to make a position to help with administration because we were going to have an interim part-time police chief. And to help up to 6 hours a week.
Because my contention is that if we had said Betty was one, how she was used and the duties she performed is up to the strong chief. It's not up to us to micromanage her. I do agree that, and it's clearly spelled out in the Selectmen's Handbook, that a strong chief is responsible for the duties. I don't know about this. I mean,
But you still have to have a job description for an employee, so even though
theoretically,
the chief, yeah, because there's police officer job descriptions, there's job descriptions.
but how the chief uses a person who is approved by the select board and the duties is... You're starting to lose me because now you're micromanaging. You can do that with a weak chief, but with a strong chief, how that person uses that approved person is up to the chief.
But you still have to define something.
I would agree. If I had a company of policemen, then I'd do that. But it's no reason to undo what we've done. You say, get us a description. You know, eventually, let's move along in that direction and stuff like that. But we
I don't want to undo it.
Oh, okay.
I want to finalize it, sort of. We've got a person working, we don't have a job description, and we didn't
So
appoint her.
do we need to approve
that.
Betty? I mean, do we need to approve her again.
You need to appoint her, because we never did.
But she
Well,
will.
we don't have a definition of the position we're appointing.
Well, even if we have a title, we could identify that we're appointing her to a position which we are going to call X, whatever was in the motion, and that we know the job description needs to be prepared post haste, so that we get her officially on the books, would be my take, to move it along,
Mary?
and then get that as soon as possible.
Would, I'm a little unclear, was the intention to create a permanent position, or I may have thought it was,
1 hour a week certainly isn't a permanent
right,
position.
and I may have thought it was to get some temporary assistance during this time where we have an interim chief, rather than creating a town position.
She is in a town position. She's an employee. It's not the same as when she was a clerk, and you have to treat them all the same. And it needs something on paper to
But
say what it
but
is she's doing.
we do have other occasional assistants, scribes and so forth, who are not necessarily
Don't have a
create
job description.
position with a job description and so forth. That, the budget might have some money for some extra assistance during a particular period, which may be different from a position, but I don't know.
See, I'm just trying to go through the mechanics of it in my mind as far as appointing and going through this job description when we really don't know what it is. If we make it so complicated that we can't develop that position more.
I mean, it can say administrative duties as assigned by the chief to include, or could include the following. So you don't have to have precision so somebody can say, well, that's not on my list.
Does that mean that position would be terminated if something changes, or
Sure, it
would
wasn't.
go on unemployment if there's a different arrangement? That's why I thought it was a sort of a temporary assistance, no?
They're an employee.
That idea Betty thinks of it as very temporary and pretty much volunteer. You know, not necessarily volunteer, but it's more aggravation to come down for an hour than it is to actually be here for an hour. But if that's something that we decide is necessary, I mean,
I
I just,
don't have to overly complicate it.
Yeah,
But we have to
I think it's fine, may include, and who does that for you? Is that what the chief does, the interim chief? Who comes up with the description?
Well, at this point, I don't think the personnel board, unless we met with the chief, would know what to put on it, or she could give us a list,
Let's
and
start.
we could develop something from a draft.
Makes sense.
Give it a title. I
so you
forget
think,
what
you
call
think,
it.
you think if something kind of general got etched out and we approved it, that the personnel board would, or should we send it to the personnel board?
At this point, given that position, the limited number of hours, if we could get something in front of us that matched sort of the kinds of things the personnel board would include, the kind of things, or you approve it and you give it to them, and if we think it needed something to be updated that you missed, we send it back and say, okay, we made this change to it, please re-approve it. We could make it work, just to get something.
Well, I mean, there are duties specific to the personnel board.
Right. And it's to keep the job descriptions and compared to the others, and if there's a format
To
that
develop,
we're
to
using.
develop
to-
those.
Yeah.
So what you'd like is a template. If I get together with the chief and just make a general kind of
list.
just a general kind of template, and
Just give us something to work with.
we forward it, put it in the box,
Yes.
hopefully it shouldn't have to drag out before the position is terminated.
One would hope, yes.
All right, so you got us this. She printed this off for you from the general laws.
So the reason being is that in the conversation, Donna said to me, look at chapter 41, section 97, and section 97A. So I printed both of them out because I've been bringing them to us. And I had 2 copies here, but I passed them over to you already? Oh, okay. Just as documentation, that's what she told us to look at when she told me that information. Which brought to mind when Chief Droney was coming to our meetings and saying, you know, I'm recommending this person be hired, and this, he knew what he was supposed to do. So that was just an aside that came up in conversation. Now to the personnel records part of the discussion, which was, I think, section 4
Right.
in our manual. That became more interesting. So these are notes from my conversation with John. The details you need to calculate a payroll or your insurance and all of that, that's not considered an employee file in terms of mass laws. The employee file is more than that because it contains other documents about your resume, certificates you may have received, all that kind of extra information. However, what it does not include is anything medical. A request for family medical leave, notes from your doctor saying you can come back to work, all that kind of stuff needs to go in separate employee files. So you have a general employee file, if I was the employee for Paulette, and you have a file for me for anything that's medical. And the medical stuff cannot be in the general file. And the need for confidentiality is extreme because the town has exposure if people are allowed to look at any of that kind of information that don't belong in those files. The other thing she was concerned about, she says it's very problematic if some places like our town, that there are employees working in different buildings and those supervisors are keeping files. They should not do that. They should be bringing the information to wherever it is your central place is, because you've got one more place where you've got files of information and they need to be secured and locked, and somebody needs to know who's coming and going in and out of the files. So she didn't recommend having files. So even like the police department, if they have a file, you can keep certain kinds of things, but you've got to have a central records place. They would need to bring their stuff up and have it locked down.
I think that is what we do.
They may, just what she told me. She stressed confidentially several times. You cannot put anything negative into an employee's file without giving them notice, because it's all part of that process of an executive session and having meetings and that kind of thing. And Donna is strongly recommending that we do not build any files that would have your name, your address, your social security number, and your date of birth, especially putting it on a laptop or a flash drive or anything where you would be removing it from the building, because if you lose it, the town is liable. So she said, don't put it out there. We also discussed what about the office PC. She said, to the extent the payroll person may have to have something, there shouldn't be copies of that kind of information on all the different office equipment.
They're not. It's all segregated.
On paper and locked up. The chief executive officer is the select board, so we have the ultimate responsibility for these files. We could, however, delegate a person to manage those files for ourselves. And you had mentioned the treasurer, so I did talk to her about that. And given the treasurer already needs some of that information that would be in the employee file, she is a logical choice to manage those, keep control over them, depending who's coming and needing information, why are they there, maybe doing a sign-up sheet, whatever. So I shared this with the personnel board. I told them I'd be sharing with you, here, us, and we were going to go back and given the information that we had, plus what town council gave us, rewrite that section. we'll write it separate, we won't reprint that because we noticed it's gonna span 2 pages and you don't need the whole thing all over again. If that's what you want us to do.
So our thought process was correct, that we could have one person do it, but there would be 2 sets of files.
Right. In the medical. And evidently, that's state for everybody, it's not just municipal. All employee records, like.
Unless Snowden needs them.
So,
Well, good, that's great, because that saves us from having to hire a whole HR department.
well, we're just double.
I mean, there's so many rules and regulations. that
Yep.
It really gets to the point where you really shouldn't hire anybody.
Oh, thank you for saying that. Rules and regulations. Donna specifically said to include in that rewrite references to Mass General laws, specifically Chapter 149, Section 52C.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh my God.
Can't see
And
that.
all of the labor laws, sort of, which is all of Chapter 149. I only printed out so you could see what the sections were. I did not print out all the detail. And I have copies for you all.
What, that it needs to be made all reference to it, or the whole thing needs to be part of the manual?
No, just reference that there is this, and I printed this for our purposes this evening so you could see what it looked like, instead of saying, well, what is Chapter 149? Because these change, so you don't want to, of course, be changing it just as they vote.
That's the beauty of the full-time legislature. So, what we discussed is perfectly acceptable, but she would like these definitions added.
Make sure.
And make sure that if the treasurer's keeping the files, that there are 2 separate files,
Right.
and that there aren't files scattered all over town.
Yes. And you have to be very careful about keeping notes, especially if you were tracking anything negative. You shouldn't carry on too long, because that's really a record. So you gotta be
Shouldn't
careful.
carry on too long.
Well, if you were recording that somebody, you thought you'd keep this little note in your desk that, well, it was late today, tomorrow,
All right.
2 weeks ago, and that kind of thing, it starts becoming a record, and it's a negative record. Anyway,
Yeah.
so you have to be careful.
But you could, if someone was, I'm just making it up.
Sure.
The way I understand it, that in over a month's time, someone reports to work late or misses work for a number of days, you could write them one memo on a date saying, this has been your behavior over the last 30 days, it's not tolerated and must be, and you could date that, and that would be all right, even though you're using the record, I mean, which could be the time cards or whatever. I mean, they're all records. A time card is a record.
But if you were going to then take and want to put it in the file, that's really something negative, so you would have to say we have to have an executive session and discuss this before you could put that thing which is negative into my file.
Really? Because the direct supervisor couldn't do that, couldn't bring it in and say, put it in the file.
No, nothing negative can be just put in the file without notice to the person who will.
So if Tom had an employee, he would have to come in and ask for an executive session.
Right.
And then we'd have to notify the employee
That we're going to discuss
in
this.
an executive session. Why? Let's avoid hiring any more employees. And try to find an excuse to get rid of a few.
So once again, her warning was the confidentiality of these employee files, and that the person who we authorize to manage them for us is, no one should be surprised if If it was Laura, why she would say, well, why do you want a steeple that's filed?
I think it's good that the discussion we had on that personnel and policies, I mean, that we didn't oppose the law.
No,
She just had some additions, and
yes, which was helpful.
Good.
And I have something for you for the personnel board, because at last year's annual town meeting, the finance committee asked to have some extra information, and this has already gone to them from the personnel board and the finance committee, so I thought I'd bring copies for you all. And it was a chart they put together to try to compare different positions, and they wanted to know what the salaries were. Now, this should be a bigger piece of paper, so there's an overlap here. It's, you know, West Hampton, Chesterfield, Williamsburg's at the end.
I bet you could email this, huh?
I can get a copy, an email copy if you want. Sure.
I mean, I was
Because
expecting.
I had a printed copy.
Right, that it would be electronic. I was just thinking it'd be good when we're going through the budget discussions, you know, I pull it up and
And we didn't remember that the select board asked for it, but we thought since the finance committee had it, we should perhaps share what we put together.
We just got the fiscal year 14 wage and salary survey for all positions in all towns in Franklin
When
County.
did it come out?
I just got it in the mail today.
All right, so they finished this up like 3 weeks ago.
Ah.
Okay, but that's good to know.
well, that was quite a lot of effort, wasn't it?
Right. And
Mary, you said we received the same thing, the wage
Well,
comparison.
I think it's more extensive. It's the
For-
Franklin County compares all positions, all towns in Franklin County.
And do we have that digitally
FY14, no, just came in the mail today.
from,
For call.
can
We
we,
get one each year.
can you get a digital copy? I mean, that's on their website, isn't it? Haven't I
It
seen-
isn't, we checked today to see if it was on the website.
Okay.
It isn't yet, I don't know if it will be at some point, but I can easily, I brought
It'd
it
be
to
great
ask
if you could.
if you wanted me to scan it in and send it.
No, don't scan it, just send us a link. Ask them when they're gonna get it on their website,
Okay.
and that'll take you too much time to do that.
It'll take a second to.
I know, but this way we'd have a clean
Okay.
PDF, and it'd be perfect.
so I think this might be my last thing for you, but if you would be kind enough to add, I'm going to give each of you a page to the binder that has the job descriptions in section 7. The animal control officer brought in a revised job description, and he brought it in January, and I want to pass it out and have you include it in your book, so when we get to job descriptions, you have the more current copy. And Mary, I have a copy because you have a green book, I think, that's got that, so if you'd be kind enough to add a page
Yep.
to that. I'll put it in that. So maybe,
And this has been approved by the personnel board?
it was
Or
actually,
this is just his?
he brought it to the personnel board, and it's his, I mean, we didn't debate what he wrote there.
Or what's it, the note updated? Who's that updated by? Is that updated just by?
That's the day it came to the select board, I mean, to the personnel board. That was just my pencil on my piece of paper when he brought it in, or when we talked about it at our meeting. That he had it. Am I confusing?
Well, it is when it just says update, because I'm trying to figure out, the personnel board approve this? Is there stamp of, the personnel board, have they voted to put their stamp of approval on this?
We're okay with this, yes. We didn't vote, say we accept it, because the only ones that really vote on these is the select board. But it fit our standards, the layout matched, we had everything we thought we needed
And you went
from
through
him.
it?
Yes.
So what I need to do is take the one out of the book and compare these to see what's been added, or deleted. Right, because there's already one in our packet.
In section 7, at the very end.
Which we haven't gotten to yet.
Right, but you have the binder, right?
So we can just insert it.
Yes.
Because we haven't even
Yes.
discussed it.
That's right.
But I really,
But I didn't want
We
to hold
spend
it until we got to that.
no, I appreciate that.
And I think he updated this because he finished all that education and he did the manual. So I believe he was following through to
I
make
guess
sure this is more accurate.
my concern is that when there isn't Warren to do it, and we just need a dog officer, instead of, one may not be available with all the certifications and education and uniform and all that, that I don't know if we want to set ourselves up for something that we can't fill at a later date.
We, if you're at a later point in time wanting to do that, you could always change the job description. But he's got that manual for somebody to actually go by.
Right, well, that's a wonderful thing, but
So I'm
so I just want to compare if an ordinary person could do this, or it needed to be, an animal deputy type deal. So it's good that we can just take out the other one and compare it.
Yes.
So that's good, that's all good personnel board stuff. Anything else?
I'm looking for anything else. That was the personal voice folder. No, I think that's everything.
I just had a question, Paulette, for something you said. I didn't catch everything you said, but at the very beginning of some of the stuff you were talking about the police board, you said, this board is under a misconception. I didn't understand what that related to.
Because there have been times at our meetings when either of you may have said something to the effect that the
strong
chief
could
can do
things.
whatever and can hire and fire and that kind of thing. I thought I understood you believed that, so.
Every time that I refer to a strong chief and a weak chief, all I do is read this, and this says exactly what you said. So I don't try to interpret the law. I'm not a lawyer, and this talks about the same exact sections. It just says that a strong chief has the ability to carry out policies within their department without being micromanaged, basically, and to allow officers to control the officers within that department. So I'm every time, and I've probably done it 4 times, I'm guessing, I have it marked right here, and I have weak police chief in yellow, strong in orange, and I just read it verbatim, and it's right on with what you said, so.
Okay, then it might have been my misunderstanding.
Maybe it was a misinterpretation.
Well, I thought you were talking about how the chief had to come forward and give a recommendation, and somehow in that conversation, it was like, oh no, they're just doing us a courtesy.
No, it was probably me.
Oh, okay. Well,
And I do remember saying something about a courtesy, but it really, they should get approval on people they hire, and then manage accordingly. Okay, thank you, I didn't understand.
and it only came up because Donna was using police department as a, for instance, when we were talking about the personnel stuff, I said, wait a minute, what did you just say? I said, say that again. So
Yeah.
it was just clarification to make sure we knew.
And the fire department, we're all good. We gave Dell some money for that payroll.
I think that's good. I haven't heard anything.
The floor hasn't fallen out.
Oh,
There.
yes, I do have something, but it's not liaison, if I can,
Go
as
ahead.
long as I have your
Yeah.
attention and it's late. Why can't we as a town, or us as a board, move the fire department and the police department up to the highway where there's plenty of parking space? I'm thinking when the chief said how there wasn't adequate parking around here and there isn't adequate storage in the building, but that building was freed up and they were up there. Is there any reason, I mean, there's a huge parking lot, there's the gas, maybe we'd have to have an outbuilding that covered something but wasn't a big huge garage for some of the equipment. Is that something we can really look at longer term to ease those issues with that building and trucks?
Have you been, when was the last time you were up to the highway department?
Are we filling it up already?
Well, I mean, every bay has a use, okay? And you go into bays, I mean, there's a whole bay that's nothing but a wash bay. and then equipment gets moved out of the wash bay, and there may be a bay where they have 2 or 3 pieces of equipment, or a couple of bays where they'll have 2 or 3 pieces of equipment apart, and they'll be maintaining it or painting it or whatever they're doing. You know, a bay that, I mean, hey, we used to do it outside. You know, I'm not telling you that we can't, but it would be a huge step backward, but you gotta work on sanders, you know, so not only do you have the trucks, but then you start taking the trucks apart and they start taking up space. Is there space up there? Yes. Is there some stuff up there that I would classify as pure, unadulterated junk that I would love to see something happen to? I mean, I got pretty broad. I mean, if it sits in one spot for 6 months, I pretty much would call it junk.
Probably spare parts.
Well, no, I mean, even that Army grade, right? I have a definite opinion about that. But I don't know. I mean,
That's my last piece, but just.
we had a. I think moving the fire department, I mean, the highway department not really being on the fringe of town, we can make that work. But taking the fire department and moving it outside of the most densely populated area, I don't know as far as service if that makes a whole lot of sense. But I'm just afraid if we went up there, if you decided to go up there, that somebody would think it needed to have an addition. And here we are, what, only 8 years into paying $1 million debt, that we're going to pay $1 million worth of interest before it gets done. I mean, that all needs to be addressed.
I was hoping there was space that we could use, and if you needed an addition, it wouldn't be like what was there. It would be like you see at the farms where it's a 3-sided, where you parked it out of the elements, but it's not heated.
That means that a very conservative select board, all by themselves, without ever even dreaming of appointing any kind of committee, because it gets much fancier when you appoint a committee, would have to make that decision. And, I mean, we're struggling to decide if it's okay to put a few antennas on the steeple. I don't know how we're going to decide to put a lean-to somewhere. But,
Out of sight.
yeah, out of sight, right, it's over in the back. Ron, do you have anything?
I have a couple things. One is just some small business. I don't know if you recall, but our audit, the management letter came in, and the board requested that I perhaps talk to Laura and Joyce. And I got together with them, I'm going to tell you a month ago. I have it exactly written down somewhere. Actually, I got together with them on 1/28/14. And Laura sent me this response after getting together with Joyce. So it addresses the two concerns in the management letter. So you can just pass this down, and I'll leave one for, I only have a hard copy of it. I'll leave one for Ted. And say feel free to distribute to his board if that's all right with you guys.
Let's read your decision.
You said you had one here, you wanted to forward to Ted? Or?
I've got it right here.
Okay, so this is, so you have it on your... A few months makes a big difference, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
So it's not like these deficiencies by any stretch of the imagination are being ignored.
Not at all. I mean, we're on top of it. So, pleased, and if you
I
folks
think
are
that
already.
not the management letter as much as the actual report, I am amazed as a percentage how small a number it is of unpaid taxes. I would love to know as a threshold compared to other communities where we are on that, because unpaid taxes are in Ashfield. I mean, you would like not to have any, but I'd just like to know how it would compare. And I think that's one of the reasons we've had such good free cash, is it relieves overlays. Those taxes get paid, it relieves that overlay that they raise, and it moves right over into free cash.
The other thing, so can I feel free to pass that on to Ted?
Oh, absolutely.
Are you okay with that? The other thing I just wanted to make sure, because I wasn't here for this meeting, is that we open this envelope. I have another envelope from Suzanne Corbett, and I'm a little bit confused on it, because it looks just like it's for my information. It says file copy, but it says FYI only for Vice Chair Kohler, not document request. I don't know what it means. I mean, you don't want to probably touch it, but you know.
Well, I think we already
I think there was one for each of us.
Oh, so you all got the same thing. So I'll just,
I took it as an FYI, not that I'm supposed to do anything.
so are we doing anything in it administrative?
We've just taken, right. It's being
I'm
addressed.
confused.
What can be addressed is being, because there was an official copy too, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So,
That's why I was confused, because I get this thing that says
Yeah,
file
sure.
copy, not a document request, but it is a document request, so I'm confused. But you're aware of it, that's all I wanted to make sure. Teaches me to not be here for a meeting.
what's that?
No, I'm just saying, I'm playing catch up on this. Teaches me not to be here for a meeting. That's it for me.
Good. Well, I gave you earlier my first run at a select board report.
Yep.
And I'd like to take a few minutes, and if you want to just give me a few things. Because if anybody else was just talking to me, you know, thinking that they needed it, but Lynn's after me.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
And I don't want to be scared out of the town hall. And I don't want to have to climb through the back window to get in to see Mary or anything, so I actually, when I built this, I went through the minutes to a certain extent. I tried to pick out the high spots. I mean, did I give you a copy?
No, I haven't. You did give me a copy, I'm just trying to find it. Yeah.
This letter you're referencing in here,
I'm sorry, which page are you on?
3.
1, 2, 3. The paragraph
Form
that...
letter. We did vote that there would be a draft of that form letter, and you were going to bring one to us. Do you have it yet? You never brought one. The board.
We have plenty of them.
Do you want
And
to?
I don't know, the vote wasn't that I was going to bring a draft, that we were going to draft a letter. And the letter stated what was in the motion. So it wasn't that I
Well, we
was
never
bringing a draft, that was the idea of drafting a letter. And that's what we did, according to the vote. But yes, absolutely, you can have as many copies.
We'll just formally bring one and put it in the minutes, because there isn't a copy of that draft
We should
letter
have
as
it
part of
in
our
minutes.
adoption.
Yeah,
we
sure.
should have it.
No, I understand, but I didn't want it to, I hope it didn't get misconstrued that there was, that I was drafting, the decision was made that night.
No.
So.
There's a lot of stuff here.
Well, it's double spaced and it's so people can make notes. Well, we addressed a lot of things this year. I mean, there may be a few, when we refer back, there may be a few doorknobs to be polished, so to speak, on this, you know, as far as our agreement was, that was with Nexam, and I put Hampshire County Council of Governments. So maybe the organization might be a little different, but you get the gist of where I'm going with that, so. And I told Mary, we better go back and check the discount. I'm thinking it was 27% is what they offered us, but if for what? For the discount on the electricity, the host agreement, if it's less than 27 or more, it'll get changed. But I'd like to think I'm pretty good with those kind of numbers. That's what I get for saying. You see something that's wild.
Well, I would just say, here's something
Yep.
just small, but on page 2, second paragraph from the bottom, I would just say the repair of the shared retention wall,
Okay.
rather than the shared retention wall is in the planning stages. You know, it's the repair we're talking about,
So the repair.
of the shared retention wall, unless it doesn't make sense to you. The cost of engineering for this project isn't close. It's really the cost of, yeah, it's the cost of engineering. You're right.
Which is depressing to me because I was hoping that money would actually do something.
Yeah.
Just for clarification purposes, I think I would spell out IT.
Okay.
Don't like to assume that everybody.
When it's this long, what's a few extra letters?
Did they just capitalize in?
Yeah, right.
Help me out with page 3.
Page 3.
We're talking in June, July, the Franklin Housing Authority.
Yeah, I mean, that's someplace that I didn't fine tune with the dates because I didn't want to flip back again.
That's fine. But your last sentence, you say, in the end, the select board decided to grant the subordination, and this is the part I'm having trouble with because I don't recall, and present an article to the town meeting in May regarding a discharge of the lien entirely?
Yeah, that was the motion that we made.
It was, so you've looked at that, or you recall that?
I
I mean, I know we subordinated, I'm not going to disagree with that, but to remove the lien completely?
Right, we agreed because Paulette made a good case that, because I was leaning towards taking $5,000 from them and let the whole thing go. And then when somebody makes a case that it needs to be presented to town meeting, I have a difficult time at avoiding that.
Yeah.
So I remember that night that, and I think Paulette, I remember distinctly you said, I made the motion, and you said, I wish you would split that, and I said I wouldn't, but it ended up that you and I voted to subordinate and come bring it to this annual town meeting.
This coming meeting?
Yeah, I remember.
How was he not here?
He was here, he voted against us.
I voted
Oh,
against
that's
it.
right.
So I didn't want to let it go, is why. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
No, I think you wanted to just let it go and be done with it and move on.
I'm not sure what you voted against, but you're right, you did vote.
And whereas you two wanted to bring it to town meeting, is that what you're saying?
We subordinated it, and then the case was made, and I said I would vote to subordinate it and bring it to district, instead of discharging it on our own, that we would take it to town meeting. So it was a compromise. It was just the way democracy is supposed to work.
I'm fine with it.
I think I wanted the subordination, I wasn't as hot on
No.
bringing it to May, but we were going in a circle, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't recall.
Oh,
It was a beautiful thing, Paulette, because you opened the door and then I walked through it, because you said town meeting, a town meeting in the future, and I said, okay, we'll bring it to annual town meeting this May, and that's how the motion was made, and then once we started down the hall, we ended up walking hand in hand.
And I can't say I know why he voted. Now that he's asking, I don't
He was
know why.
okay- He was okay with just letting it go. Get it over with and don't revisit it, and it's over.
Okay. So that's something that has to come up in the town meeting.
Yeah, we got a note to put that in.
And since you two were in agreement, you can present the article.
But you gotta remember your
Oh,
position.
good.
And that's,
I'm not in agreement with
The concept.
forgiving that loan. I just agreed with you that you bring it to the meeting.
yeah, it's good.
Oh, okay.
You can bring it up.
So it'll be an interesting topic at the
Yes.
meeting.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter what our positions were
Right, it's
the
up to
day
the
we
town
did it.
floor.
Well, but it's, we can't have positions on, well, if it was December, because it's gonna be May 3rd, and we're gonna be standing there, and we have this in front of us, so it'll be fine. It'll be fine, but that's what we agreed on.
So how many of these letters have we sent?
It's a good question. I'm gonna say it's 3.
That sounds about right.
I left you through.
Huh?
I left you through.
Oh, you did? Okay. Well, the reason that's blank like that is to fill in.
And I
So
was
is it
just-
three?
I didn't want to
Three
put,
to six?
I didn't want to put down
Yeah.
inaccurate numbers.
and-
But if she just did 3, those 3 belong to 14, so how many were there in year 13? Is
Well, this will bring
the
us-
report,
we'll
right?
bring this, I put as of this writing, right? As of this date. We'll figure it out. I don't believe it's more
The
than
report
6.
is
It's
for
not,
13,
I don't, I'd be very
It gets
surprised.
confusing.
I'd be very surprised if it's more than 6.
No, but it's just confusing that this is a report for 13, and then you say as of this date, and we're off into March of 14. And it would be better if it was all 13, is what I'm saying.
I think
I think
it did go out
that's-
as.
Yeah, I think this is, it's all right. We can put it as of December 31st if you like, but
Would it be helpful on the FEMA and MEMA to give not a precise number, but in the vicinity of, to let them know the kind of money that we were reimbursed? $3. Approximately.
well, I would think it would be important if there was an addition there and I thought about it, but I didn't have the exact dollar figure. If somehow I had 205,000 in my mind, but then I got thinking maybe it was 193. But we got reimbursed adequate from FEMA and MEMA to discharge the whatever value of that note was. Because we still don't know what there's still a bunch out that we haven't been reimbursed, and there's actually projects that have been. So to stick a real good number on that right now would be piecemeal.
Tom,
And I think, in my mind, the important part is that we paid the note that a year ago we were saying, God, we hope we come out of this all right. Right?
I think given,
Where are
given that the report is year 13, I think on the June 30 business, I might add the year to that, 2014. Just for clarification, in case somebody's,
That's fine. Oh, you're in that, okay, I see. what you're
yeah, because you
doing.
moved into another year.
Back to page 2.
Yes.
I think what you need to do is begin that paragraph on the lake to make this a unique year, or to make this year stand out a little bit different, is you need to precede it with the following words. Because of a downgrade, and I put in parentheses, sufficient, quote, sufficient to fair, in our most recent inspection report, something, and then you can take me out. I mean, we all work a lot of hours. I don't need that. Ron Kohler has labored many hours. That makes me feel weird. So,
What do you mean it makes you feel weird?
no, I mean, I just do it because it's my job. I don't need the acknowledgement of that. Thank you, but and you do what you want. But I'm just saying it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. But I do want to get the message out that we have been downgraded in our last inspection report from sufficient to fair, and that this is something that's coming on the horizon. I don't know what.
See, I really think that discussion was made last year when we voted the initial money.
Mhm. But this is a select board's kind of report, so it's a little bit different. And
I can understand it.
I would take out actual construction or destruction has not occurred, because we're so far from both of those things, it doesn't really make sense.
If you,
Thanks for doing this.
you made a few notes on there, right?
I did, but they're cryptic. I don't know if you want.
Is the grant money that Ron was able to get for us for Smith Road, is that going to be part of the 14 report, or is that?
I was figuring that would be part of the next report.
That's what I said, 14, year 14?
I mean, there's things that overlap, no doubt. The grant.
When did it come? When did we get notice? Was it in?
We signed it in February.
Oh, it's after December, and this is to December.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
This, where it says Chief Joni has openly recommended Corporal Wilder, and then it says at January 15th select board meeting,
Should say January 5th, right?
what did I say?
It does say
Yeah, it does, what did I say?
15.
Oh, okay.
Add 2014.
No,
To clear.
I
No,
don't
it
think it
needs
should
to
be
be-
in there at all,
Why?
because you're only doing calendar year, you're not doing fiscal year.
You're going to miss stuff. You're going to miss stuff, and this is important for people to understand the decision we went through. Last year's selectmen's report, there was overlap. I mean, you really can't go and find a specific date where you cut everything off.
But
And I think this is really important that we put that in there, what we did, because they're going to be reading this prior to town meeting,
Right.
and at that point, we're going to be putting the rest of the puzzle together,
Okay.
or a portion of the rest of the
I
puzzle.
would make that 5, 2014 as opposed to 5, and the same with the June 30, 2014.
I mean, if you really think about how crazy that is, to have everything else on a fiscal year, and then you want to
Town
report that's half of last year and half of
Yeah,
this
it
year.
is. It's kind of crazy.
It's foolish.
It confuses me.
I mean, it's an old habit that just can't seem to die.
This last part, routine but expensive replacement of highway department equipment, as well as much-needed improvements to the real
Oh,
center
well, I was
of
just being
town.
facetious there. The
Come
real
on,
center
transfer
was the
station.
transfer station. Sunday morning, that is
That's
where
where it all happens.
that is where it all happens.
I had to read that about 3 times.
I thought we were talking about the lot out there.
No.
The grass, remember the red
Yeah,
grass?
no,
and
the
all
real
that?
center of town is the transfer station.
That's where it happens.
I can take it.
It could blow right over in some cases.
I actually thought it was pretty cute.
You took it to,
No, but I didn't, the first time I read it, I reread it, and I read it again, because I didn't, the real center of town, and then I said, this is an incomplete sentence. What about the transfer station?
you could make it real important part of town.
Or the most important part of that.
How about the social center?
The social. I think that's funny. I see so many people. Saturday I was there.
Oh,
Can't get out of there.
where people catch up? Hey, I went in there at 10:45 on Sunday morning, and I was like the only one there. And I said, Phil, what the hell's going on? He says, oh, you're a half hour early. He says, it doesn't get cooking here until at least 11:15. And I said, well, you're right, I'm a little early today.
Well, thanks for doing this stuff. How do you want to make these little?
If you have something written, I'll try to incorporate it. Paulette, did
I
you have
think she's
anything
got
in
the,
particular?
I
or-
think she's got the ones that I
Yeah.
saw.
Do you have this stuff that I dealt with?
Yeah.
It's going to take some freewheeling.
But we
I didn't
did-
complete the thoughts. Or,
When you go back through and you kind of lay it out, we did address quite a few
Okay.
things. So. You good? You gonna polish that up a little, Lynn?
Yeah, if you send it to me.
That's a nice job. Thank you. I thought I'd catch one or two spellers and then you was trying to see.
Huh? What's that, spell, what?
I thought I'd catch one or two spellers in there, but
Do you need to vote on that or anything?
You want to?
I'll make a motion to accept the Selectmen's report for the annual report of 2014,
13.
13,
Calendar year.
Yeah.
2013.
as submitted and amended at this meeting.
Second.
You want?
I'll second.
Cool.
Okay.
You didn't make that.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Does that mean that if it has all three of our names on it, it's fine?
I'm fine with it. Whatever you want to do. And I don't have an issue with you putting just your name.
You put your name on that last year, because
I'm just asking,
doesn't need mine,
We're all on board.
doesn't need my name.
Doesn't need yours. Okay, very good. Means they can aim at me. Anything else we need to take up tonight? Any mail that's urgent?
No, I sent you all an email, March 13th, Franklin County Selectmen's Association meeting.
I was planning to go to that. That's the Donahue Institute, which is from UMass, which has all this stuff on aging populations and predictions. So if you guys aren't there, I'd be glad to report back and get some info on it.
What concern? I know I can't be there.
I missed the last one or two from the Franklin County group there, so.
So before the meeting started, I did kind of whisper just a little bit that I didn't really want to make a career out of the meeting tonight, but we're closing in on tomorrow, so. But
I
yeah,
just noticed, well, this section here, and you, some of you may remember this from last year. There is no last year, it's year 2013. Well, you're talking about the meeting on July 31st. Some of you may remember this from last year.
well, I was recording the issue with the public records request. I had no problem striking that. An agenda item on July 31st, yes, it's July 31st, not the 30th, met the board with a full house in the lower hall. Four town hall employees explained their frustration with the number of accusatory tone and repetitiveness of the continued public records request coming from a small group. Parentheses, some of you may remember this from last year and in parentheses. So what do you mean by there was no last year?
You said something, remember this from last year. As I read this, it was July 31st, there's no last year to go to. It was all in 2013.
I was thinking last year's report.
And do you
Select
really
board
want to go
report.
there?
afraid to.
It's not a matter of fear.
Just before you adjourn, I said that I would get something to the Ashfield News about
Yes.
June.
For the
He said-
meeting.
Yeah. I said I'd stay and try to do something tonight, it's pretty late.
Is it going to press? They said it was going to press tomorrow.
Somebody said that, so I can try to send Rob an email tonight and ask
If
him.
it doesn't go to press tomorrow, by the first, the ink won't be dry on the paper.
Right, that's probably true. I was going to go to a STAM meeting tomorrow, a small town administrators meeting. What I'm thinking is if it was going into paper, it could be something fairly quick, and I can try to send that. If it's going to be an insert, it might have to be more, anyway, okay.
It'd be the same amount of information, just bigger on a piece of paper.
And what
It's a colored piece of paper to stuff in between the pages.
Get some pretty colors.
and
Actually, you know, it wouldn't even have to be stuffed. It could be a stack of them right next to where the papers are. What is there, 5 spots, 6 spots in town that people pick them up?
yeah, but I
Right.
I guess the question is just, is there anything we want to call it? Let me just pick one phrase, I'm sorry, public thinking, sorry.
Public meeting to discuss
Proposed local ISP and use of town hall steeple,
proposed wireless
wireless service,
Broadband.
wireless internet service. Yeah. And towns, basically just that. Okay.
Has to be talking about the steeple, you know, there's got to be a discussion.
And did we set a time?
7 to 9.
Okay.
Do you want that taken?
So,
Maybe.
we're gonna work on it.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
it doesn't need
I
to
didn't know if
be, it doesn't need to be. It's fine.
Can I have your email address? I was supposed to talk to you about something.
That way we
I
can
was
move on.
from the Green Committee. But it's just too late tonight.
These August 2012 minutes, I can't imagine how we're going to reconstruct these. Mary and Lynn, are you going to get us those as soon as possible? I mean, because I got to go through, I got to go through my notes now to look at them, and
Those are the August minutes.
the August ones. The other ones I have, and I can go and listen to audios.
But it won't be till sometime next week, Rob. We've got a budget meeting on Monday.
Saturday nights, or does it vary?
There's no way.
It varies.
Okay, well,
No way.
if I get them one day before the meeting, I don't know that I can get them wrapped up, you know, but get draft on them, and
Well, when is
Solar
it?
power.
they're doing 30 days from the date of the thing.
Right, but we were going to bring them to the meeting on the 10th, right? Meet at 6:30?
Yes.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is,
He wants to look at them ahead of time.
I understand.
and I
But
don't,
the 10th is the week after.
Correct.
but my concern is we're gonna go to the 10th, Mary, and not come to closure on it.
We'll have to.
Well, but to do a proper job, I need to get them enough in advance so that I can go through it.
I'm just,
Then you'll need to write a letter to the AG and say, we have them in draft form, but we haven't approved them yet, you know, and then.
if you don't agree, I mean, I'll get them to you as soon as I can next week. I have to open my budget. Already over, I can give it the STAM meeting, but that's my only chance to get any information from other town.
What about getting someone else to come in and do those minutes instead of you doing it?
It seems like that's where some of the confusion started to begin with, right? Is that so many different people were doing minutes at that time.
But if Mary started at the beginning with an audio tape right now, anyone could do that. Absolutely anyone could do that. So why not?
Lynn, would you have time to do that?
That's how far I get on town reports, that's gonna be,
See, we're under so many deadlines right now. That's.
No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not even pushing it on you. I'm saying get someone to do it.
Maybe, let me see if I can get somebody to come in and do it. It's very possible I can. I'm trying to get it to you soon. It won't be before Monday.
That's fine.
Maybe get Bailey Short to it.
There you go.
I mean, it won't be by Monday, because there's a lot of this next budget meeting.
No, that's fine, but we meet the next week, right?
If we had it by email, an email draft, I would be very satisfied if we had them next Thursday.
Yep,
A week.
that will do.
Oh, I would too.
I'd be.
That's all I said.
Yeah, okay.
If somebody else does them, take one of the Word documents that you have, that everything's corrected on already, and give it to them and say, here's your template, so they have all those pieces that we like.
11:45.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
This could be a record. I mean, I'm wondering if we should hold on. Is there public comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous.